If you stand on a ridge and moving through the pines, it feels ancient, peaceful. But 160 years ago, this silence was an illusion. It was a cover. In these very hills, a different kind of civil war was fought, a war of shadows and whispers, where your neighbor was more dangerous than any army. This valley was a hunting ground, and two men were the apex predators. One of them, you know, Devil Anse Hatfield. The other, his name has been swallowed by the fog of time. Today, we're peeling back that fog. We're here to find the story of Captain William Anderson, known to his men as Wall. He was the first man to wage a private war against Hatfield, a Union guerrilla chief whose personal crusade for a murdered friend would pour the foundation for the most infamous feud in American history. This ground remembers him, and if we listen close enough, it'll tell us his tale. Before the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter, life along the Tug Fork River followed a rhythm as old as the mountains themselves. It was a world of scattered log cabins, nestled in deep hollows, where a man's last name meant more than any flag. Here, loyalty wasn't given to a government in some far-off city. It was sworn to your kin, your clan. Life was a relentless cycle of planting, hunting, and surviving, carved out of the forest with an axe and a rifle. And in this world lived two young men, both forged from the same mountain grit, both natural leaders, and both named Anderson. The first was William Anderson. The records don't tell us much about his early life, but they tell us what he stood for. He was a Unionist through and through. For him, and many like him, the Confederacy was the creation of wealthy tidewater aristocrats, the same flatland politicians who had always looked down on the mountain people as backward and unimportant. The Union represented something purer, a nation of free men, not a society built on the backs of slaves. In a county that was bleeding secessionist sympathy, holding that belief wasn't just an opinion, it was a dangerous declaration. The other was Anderson Hatfield, a man whose charisma was as sharp as his aim. History would come to call him Devil Anse. He saw the world differently. To him, the war was about defending his home from a federal government that had no right to tell a man how to live. He was a product of his place and time, fiercely independent and deeply loyal to Virginia. When the state seceded, his loyalty went with it. He saw the Union as an invader, an enemy at his doorstep. Before the war, they were just neighbors in a sparsely populated county. They would have passed each other on the trail, perhaps traded stories or shared a mason jar of corn liquor at a local gathering. They understood the same unwritten laws of the mountains. But in 1861, the whole world changed. A line was drawn right down the middle of the Tug Fork Valley. Suddenly, you had to choose. Were you for the Union or for the Confederacy? There was no middle ground. Friendships soured overnight. Families were torn apart. The quiet suspicion that had always existed between neighbors began to curdle into a deadly hatred. This beautiful, rugged land, once a sanctuary, was about to become a slaughterhouse. William Anderson and Anse Hatfield, two men who might have been friends in another life, were now standing on opposite sides of a chasm, ready to lead their people into a war far more personal and brutal than anything happening on the famous battlefields of the East. History isn't always found on a bronze plaque. Sometimes the most powerful truths are hidden in plain sight, tucked away in a cardboard box in the basement of a county courthouse. That's where I found this. It's a digital copy of a fragile yellow document from the West Virginia State Archives, a military muster roll from 1862. The ink is faded, the names handwritten in a script that's almost art, but one entry is perfectly clear. At the top of a list of about 50 men, it reads, Captain William Anderson. This single piece of paper is the key. It makes him real, pulling him out of the realm of folklore and into official history. And it gives us the official name of his unit, the Logan County Home Guard. The name sounds so orderly, so defensive. It paints a picture of local men, deputized to protect their homes and keep the peace. A neighborhood watch with rifles, sanctioned by the new Union government of West Virginia. But that's the paradox, isn't it? No one in these hills passed down stories about the Home Guard. The name that was whispered with a mix of fear and reverence was the Logan Wildcats. To their enemies, they were known by an even more sinister name, the Snakes, a title that spoke of the way they fought, silent, sudden, and lethal. This official document is the sanctioned story, the clean version written for the men in Charleston and Wheeling. So this roll of names, this simple piece of paper, poses the critical question that unlocks our entire story. What turns a home guard into a band of feared guerrilla fighters? What events were so brutal, so personal, that they twisted a mission of defense into a campaign of vengeance? This document tells us who they were on paper. Now, we have to find out who they were in the flesh and in the blood. That muster roll wasn't just a piece of paper. It was a hunting license. With the official blessing of the new Union government of West Virginia, Captain Wall Anderson's mission was clear: to crush Confederate sympathy in Logan County. And in a war like this, that didn't mean fighting an army. It meant fighting your neighbors. Their first and most critical task was to disarm the local population known to be loyal to the South. In the mountains of Appalachia, this was more than a strategic move. It was a profound insult. A man's rifle wasn't just a tool, it was his provider, his protector, his symbol of independence. To have it taken from you, especially by men you grew up with, was an unforgivable violation. Imagine the scene. Anderson and his home guard ride up to a remote cabin, the smoke curling from its chimney. They aren't an invading army, they are familiar faces. They call the man of the house by his first name. But they are there to demand he surrender his long rifle and his squirrel gun, the very things he needs to feed his family and defend his home. They are acting under official orders, but to the family inside that cabin, this is nothing short of tyranny. This is how the war began here, not with a cannon blast, but with a tense standoff on a cabin porch. Of course, this aggression did not go unanswered. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, and in Logan County, that reaction was Ance Hatfield. He watched as Anderson's men, his Unionist rivals, used the law as a weapon against his kin and his allies. In response, he gathered his own band of fighters, also known confusingly as the Logan Wildcats. They became the Confederate shadow to Anderson's Union force. If Anderson's men raided a secessionist farm for guns and supplies, Hatfield's men would retaliate, hitting a Unionist farm twice as hard. This was the true beginning of the conflict. It was a slow-burning fuse lit in the summer of 1862. It became a brutal, intimate cycle of retribution. A Unionist would wake to find his corn crib burned to the ground. A week later, a Confederate sympathizer would find his best mule gone, taken in the dead of night. Taunts were shouted across moonlit hollers. Men would vanish on lonely trails, their bodies found days later. The formal name Home Guard became a bitter joke. This is how they earned their real names. To the Union families they protected, they were the Wildcats, fierce and loyal. But to the families they terrorized, their tactics were more subtle, more sinister. They were said to move through the woods without making a sound, to strike from the laurel thickets without warning and melt back into the shadows. They were the Snakes. And Captain Wall Anderson, once just a neighbor, was now their leader, locked in a deadly chess match with Devil Ance Hatfield, where the pawns were their own people and the board was the land they all called home. The official record is a cold thing. It gives you names, dates, and causes of death, but it never tells you about the fear. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the stories in their blood. My search led me to a small house just outside of Matewan, to a man sitting on his front porch, whose great-great-uncle was Asa Harmon McCoy. He's one of the unofficial keepers of the valley's memory, a man whose quiet words carry the weight of 5 generations of pain. When I asked him about Harmon, he nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the distant ridgeline. The books will tell you he was a Union soldier killed by Confederate partisans, he said. his voice raspy with age. And that's true, far as it goes. But the story my grandpa always told me, it was a whole lot more personal than that. He explained that Harmon wasn't just a faceless enemy in a blue uniform. He was known. He had lived here his whole life. His enemies weren't strangers. They were the men he'd grown up with. According to the McCoy family law, the real trouble started when Harmon came home from the army. He was seen at the local grist mill by Jim Vance, Devil Anse Hatfield's uncle, a man known throughout the valley for having a temper as hot as a forge and a heart as cold as a stone. Vance looked Harmon up and down, taking in the blue uniform and the discharged soldier's limp, and said something that wasn't just a threat, but a prophecy. "The way my family tells it," the old man said, leaning forward in his chair. Vance looked him dead in the eye and said, "The buzzards will be picking at your bones before the winter's out." You see, that's the part the history books leave out. This wasn't a random act of war. It was a death sentence delivered in public. Harmon knew Jim Vance, and he knew that Vance wasn't a man for idle threats. The family story insists that Devil Anse Hatfield himself had given his blessing to this kind of intimidation, telling his men to make life a living hell for any McCoy who had sided with the Union. Harmon McCoy was now marked. He was a man being hunted, not by an army, but by his own neighbors. This is the human truth that breathes life into the cold facts. The story passed down on this porch explains the terror that followed, and it gives us the emotional key to what happens next. It wasn't politics anymore. It was personal. And for Wall Anderson, hearing that his friend and comrade was being stalked like an animal by his sworn enemy's clan, it was about to become the point of no return. The winter of 1864 was a bitter one in the mountains. The war was grinding to its bloody conclusion, but in the Tug Fork Valley, the hatred burned hotter than ever. Asa Harmon McCoy, home from the Union Army with a broken leg, knew the threat against him was real. He didn't dare sleep in his own bed. He found a small, cold cave in the hills above his cabin, a place where he thought he would be safe. His wife and a loyal family slave named Pete would sneak food and blankets to him under the cover of darkness. For weeks, he lived like a hunted animal, listening to every snap of a twig, watching every shadow. His chief protector during this time was Captain Wall Anderson. Anderson saw Harmon's situation not just as a threat to one of his men, but as a direct challenge from Devil Anse Hatfield. He vowed to keep Harmon safe. Anderson's wildcats would patrol the ridges around the McCoy property, a silent, unseen shield. For a time, it worked. The presence of Anderson's feared guerrilla fighters kept the Hatfield clan at bay. A tense, fragile stalemate settled over the valley, a cold war fought with watchful eyes and loaded rifles. But the stalemate couldn't last. In the first week of January 1865, the fragile peace was shattered. A critical message reached Wall Anderson. A major force of Confederate cavalry was sweeping through the region, and his unit was needed to counter them. It was a legitimate military order he could not ignore. With a heavy heart, Anderson gathered his men and rode out, leaving the hollows around Harmon's homestead temporarily unguarded. He likely warned Harmon to be extra cautious, to stay hidden until he returned. It was a calculated risk, but a necessary one. This was the moment Jim Vance had been waiting for. With Anderson and his snakes gone, the valley was his. He gathered a band of Hatfield partisans, men who shared his burning hatred for the Unionist McCoys. On the morning of January the 7th, a fresh blanket of snow covered the ground, and in that snow, they found what they were looking for, a single set of tracks leading from the McCoy cabin up into the hills. It was Pete, the slave, bringing breakfast to his master's hiding place. They had their trail. The hunt was on. They tracked Pete to the cave. What happened next was not a battle, it was an execution. They found Harmon McCoy, wounded and alone, and shot him where he lay. The sound of the gunfire echoed through the cold, empty hollow. There was no one there to hear it, no one left to protect him. The promise Jim Vance had made at the grist mill had been kept. By pulling his men away for a larger fight, Wall Anderson had inadvertently left the door open for his enemy. When he returned and found Harmon's body, his sense of duty would have curdled into a furious, guilt-ridden desire for vengeance. The war was no longer about flags or politics. It was about a debt of blood that would be paid to the Hatfield clan. To understand what happened next, you have to come here, to the place where the official records fall silent. This is the hollow where Asa Harmon McCoy made his home. There's nothing left of his cabin now, just a flat patch of earth that nature is slowly reclaiming. It's not an easy place to get to. The hills rise up around you like fortress walls, steep and choked with rhododendron. This is a landscape that swallows sound, a place that can make a man feel utterly alone. And in the winter of 1865, that isolation was a weapon used against him. The physical evidence of Harmon's last stand isn't a bullet hole in a wall or a scorch mark on the ground. It's the land itself. Up there, on that ridge, the hillside is riddled with shallow caves and rock outcroppings. The exact one where he hid is lost to legend, and in a way, that makes the story even more chilling. It could have been any of them. I'm standing at the mouth of one now. It's cold, damp. Water drips from the rock, and the only sound is the wind at my back. It feels like a sanctuary, a perfect hiding place, but it's a trap. There's only one way in and one way out. This is where the hunt ended. Imagine that morning, January 7th, 1865. A fresh coat of snow covers everything, a perfect, clean slate. And on that canvas, a set of footprints, left by the slave Pete as he carried food up this very hillside. He was an act of loyalty, an act of human decency in the middle of a brutal war. But Jim Vance and his partisans saw those tracks not as a sign of loyalty, but as a map. Every step Pete took in that snow was a nail in Harmon McCoy's coffin. The land that was meant to hide him had betrayed him. The partisans didn't have to search, they just had to follow. Right here, on this unforgiving slope, the silence was about to be shattered. This cold stone hillside was about to become a tomb. Inside the cave, the cold was a physical thing, seeping through Harmon McCoy's clothes and settling deep in his bones. The only warmth came from a small, shielded fire that gave off more smoke than heat. He would have heard them coming, but not in the way you hear an army. There was no thunder of hooves, no battle cry. There was only the unnatural silence that falls over a forest when all the animals go quiet at once. A single bird, startled from a branch. A crunch of snow that was too heavy to be a deer. He was a woodsman. He knew the signs. The trap had been sprung. The men who surrounded the cave moved with the patience of wolves. They were shadows against the snow, their faces grim, their eyes hard. Jim Vance was at their head, his presence radiating a cold, implacable menace. There were no words spoken, no final taunts. The time for threats was over. This was the time for the prophecy to be fulfilled. They took their positions, a semicircle of rifles aimed at the dark mouth of the cave. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind whispering through the bare winter trees. Then, the hollow exploded. A single rifle shot cracked the silence, its report echoing off the rock faces like a clap of thunder. It was followed instantly by a volley, a deafening roar of black powder and lead that ripped through the frigid air. The birds that had been hiding in the trees burst into the sky in a panic. The sound rolled down the valley, a brutal announcement that a debt had been collected. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A profound silence fell, heavier and more complete than before. The only smell was the sharp, sulphurous tang of burnt gunpowder hanging in the air. The figures in the snow didn't linger. Their work was done. One by one, they turned and melted back into the trees, leaving behind nothing but their tracks and the deep, ringing quiet. When the first search party, led by Harmon's family, finally made their way up the treacherous hillside hours later, they were met with that same chilling silence. They saw the disturbed snow, the dozens of footprints circling the cave. Inside, the meager fire had burned down to embers. A tin plate with a piece of cornbread lay overturned on the dirt floor. The air was still thick with the ghost of violence. They didn't need to see the full horror to understand what had happened. The message, delivered with such brutal finality, was clear. This wasn't an act of war. This was murder. And it was a message intended not just for the McCoys, but for their protector, Captain Wall Anderson. After a crime so brutal, you expect to find a paper trail. You expect to see the machinery of justice, however slow and imperfect, begin to turn. So, I went to the Logan County Courthouse archives, to the massive leather-bound ledgers where the county's business was recorded. The pages are thick and brittle, the ink faded to a rusty brown. You can smell the history on them, a century and a half of dust and decay. I was looking for one thing, an indictment for the murder of Asa Harmon McCoy. I turned the fragile pages, past land disputes and lawsuits over stolen pigs, to the entries for January of 1865. My finger traced the elegant handwritten script, searching for the names. Vance, Hatfield, anyone from the partisan band. I was looking for a warrant, a coroner's report, a magistrate's note, anything to show that the law recognized that a man had been hunted down and killed in a cave. But there is nothing. It's not just a lack of a conviction, it's a lack of any record whatsoever. The official legal account of January 7th, 1865 is a complete and total silence. It's as if Asa Harmon McCoy simply ceased to exist. His murder, an event that would ignite a feud for the next 30 years, is a ghost in these pages. The ink of the law never touched it. This is where you have to learn to read between the lines, to see the story in the empty space. That silence is more damning than any written verdict. It tells you that in Logan County, the official law was either powerless or complicit. It tells you that men like Jim Vance and the Hatfield clan operated with impunity, their influence so strong that the local courts wouldn't dare cross them. The system had failed, and when the official law turns a blind eye, another, older law takes its place. The law of the mountains, the law of blood for blood. For Captain Wall Anderson, this empty page in a courthouse ledger would have been the final confirmation. There would be no trial. There would be no justice from a judge in a black robe. He and his wildcats would have to become the judge, the jury, and the executioner themselves. The hunt was on, but it wouldn't be the sheriff leading it. When the law refuses to write the story, men with guns write it for them. For Captain Wall Anderson, that silent ledger in the Logan courthouse was not an ending. It was a declaration of war. If the official system would not pursue Asa Harmon McCoy's killers, then he would. The mission of the Logan Wildcats changed that day. It was no longer about defending the Union or disarming sympathizers. It was now a single, burning objective: to hunt down Jim Vance and every man who had followed him up that snowy hill. Justice would not be found in a courtroom. It would be delivered from the barrel of a rifle. The manhunt that followed was a terrifying affair. Anderson's snakes were masters of this terrain. They knew every trail, every hidden pass, every creek bed that could hide a man's tracks. They began a relentless campaign of pressure against the Hatfield clan. Men known to have been part of the death squad found themselves stalked. A trip to the grist mill became a life-or-death gamble. The woods around their homes, once a source of comfort, now held an unseen menace. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow at dusk, could be one of Anderson's men waiting. There was no formal courtroom, but the mountains themselves became the venue for a trial by terror. Anderson's men would appear on a ridge overlooking a Hatfield-allied farm, just standing there, a silent, ominous promise. They conducted lightning raids, not for supplies, but for information, trying to squeeze the location of Vance out of his friends and family. The cycle of retribution that had been simmering for years now boiled over. In response to the hunt, Devil Anse Hatfield fortified his own people. The Tugfork Valley became a checkerboard of fear, where armed bands from both sides patrolled the hollows, and a chance encounter on a narrow trail could erupt into a bloody skirmish. There was no verdict read by a judge. The verdict was the scream of a rifle echoing through the night. It was the sight of a barn burning against the black sky. It was the constant, gnawing fear that your name was on a list, and that the man hunting you would not stop until the debt for his friend's murder was paid in full. The pursuit of Harmon McCoy's killers was never a legal process. It was a private war, a brutal vendetta that consumed the last months of the Civil War and laid a bloody foundation of personal hatred that would last for another 30 years. The law had failed, and in its place, the law of the gun reigned supreme. To understand how a war truly ends, you have to look at how the warriors themselves ended up. You have to walk among the dead. Here, in Logan County, just off the main road, is the Hatfield family cemetery, and you can't miss its centerpiece. High on a hill stands a life-sized marble statue of Devil Anse Hatfield, imported from Italy. He looks out over the valley he once ruled, defiant and proud even in death. It's not a headstone, it's a declaration. This is the final resting place of a man who lived a long life, died in his bed surrounded by family, and became a legend. A man who won. Then you cross the Tugfork into Kentucky, and you find a different kind of grave. In a small, quiet family plot, you'll find the marker for Asa Harmon McCoy. It's a simple government-issue stone, the kind given to a soldier. It's humble, dignified, and tragically understated. It marks the end of a life cut violently short. They lie just a few miles apart now, the famous patriarch and the first victim, enemies in life, silent neighbors in death. But there's one man missing from this final roll call, the man who started the hunt, the man whose rage over Harmon's death set the whole feud in motion. Where is Captain William Wall Anderson? I've searched the old churchyards, the forgotten family plots overgrown with weeds, and the official records. There is no grave, no marker, no stone to say that he was ever here at all. Devil Anse is immortalized in marble, and his first victim has his soldier's stone, but their nemesis he has vanished from the earth as completely as a ghost in the morning mist. A man so central to this conflict, a man who burned with such a righteous fire, doesn't just disappear. His empty space on the landscape raises the final critical question that takes us back in time one last time. What happened to Wall Anderson? In April of 1865, General Lee surrendered at Appomattox. For most of the country, the Civil War was over. But in the Tugfork Valley, the news of peace was just a rumor from a world away. Here, the war had never been about North and South. It was about Anderson and Hatfield, McCoy and Vance. The official war was over, but the killing wasn't. Captain Wall Anderson's personal manhunt for the murderers of Asa Harmon McCoy continued into the summer, a bloody epilogue to the national conflict. His fury had not cooled. The historical record shows that sometime in that violent summer of '65, Anderson and his Wildcats cornered a group of Hatfield's men near a place called the Dry Fork of the Tug. A vicious firefight erupted. It was an ambush, a chaotic swirl of smoke and muzzle flashes among the dense trees. And in that final desperate skirmish, Wall Anderson's luck ran out. A Confederate ball, fired months after their cause was officially lost, tore through his side. His men managed to drive off the attackers and carry their badly wounded captain from the field, but the blow was a devastating one. And this, right here, is where the story of Captain William Wall Anderson fractures into legend. The official records fall silent. His name vanishes from the muster rolls. What happened next depends on who you ask and which story has been passed down in their family. One version says he died of that wound, either slowly in a bed surrounded by his grieving men, or quickly, bleeding out on the trail. In this telling, he is a tragic hero, a martyr who gave his life for his cause right at the very end. Others whisper a darker tale, that he survived the initial wound, but was assassinated later, a final, quiet act of revenge by the Hatfields to eliminate their most dangerous enemy once and for all. But there is a third version, the one that best explains the empty space where his grave should be. It's the story of a man who simply had enough. He survived his wound, but the war had broken something inside him. He had seen too much killing, had felt too much hate. He looked around and saw that the Union he fought for had won, but his own personal war was a poison that would never stop spreading. And so, he just walked away. He left his life as a guerrilla captain behind, melted back into the mountains he knew so well, and vanished, becoming a ghost of the hollers, a man who chose to erase himself rather than fire another shot. Whatever the truth, the result was the same. With Wall Anderson gone, the Unionist cause in Logan County lost its teeth. Its fiercest protector was gone. Devil Anse Hatfield was now the undisputed power in the valley. The hunt for Harmon McCoy's killers was over. The debt, as far as the law was concerned, was forgotten. But the McCoys did not forget. The fire of vengeance that Wall Anderson had lit was now passed to them, an inheritance of blood that would smolder for years before erupting into the full-blown war that history would remember as the Hatfield-McCoy feud. Even now, a century and a half later, the ghost of William Wall Anderson is still fighting a war in these mountains. His legacy is a battleground. Devil Anse Hatfield's story is complicated, but it's chiseled in stone. Anderson's story, however, is a whisper that changes depending on which side of the hollow you're standing in. His name isn't a historical fact, it's a litmus test for old loyalties that run as deep as the coal seams. If you talk to the descendants of the McCoy family, or those whose ancestors were staunch Unionists, Wall Anderson was a hero, plain and simple. He was the only law that mattered in a lawless time. When the courthouse turned a blind eye to murder, he was the righteous fury that fought back. They'll tell you he was a brave captain who stood up to the brutal partisans led by men like Jim Vance, protecting innocent families from being terrorized. To them, his wildcats were a shield, and he was the wall that gave them their name, the last line of defense against Confederate tyranny. But cross the river. Talk to the families who still take pride in their Confederate roots, whose great-grandfathers rode with Devil Anse. To them, William Anderson was a monster, a marauder. They don't call him a soldier, they call him a bushwhacker who used the chaos of war as a license to plunder and kill. They speak the name Snakes with venom, remembering stories passed down of night raids, of stolen livestock, of a fear that their own government-sanctioned protector was a common criminal. In their version of the story, Devil Anse was the true hero, a man defending his home and people from Anderson's murderous gang. So who was he? A patriot or a killer? A lawman or a terrorist? The terrible, unsettling truth is that he was probably both. In a guerrilla war, fought neighbor against neighbor, the line between a soldier and a murderer is often just a shadow on the ground. To the family he was protecting, he was a savior. To the family he was hunting, he was the devil himself. His legacy isn't a single story, but a collection of conflicting, deeply personal truths, all of them held with absolute conviction. He reminds us that the victor may write the history books, but the vanquished write the family stories, and those are the ones that never die. When a man leaves no grave, he can't be buried. And when a story has no ending, it can never truly be over. With the facts of William Anderson's fate lost to time, the storytellers of the mountains took over. The man of flesh and blood died or vanished, but in his place, they created something that could never die. A ghost, a legend. To this day, there are people in these hills who will tell you that Wall Anderson never left. They say his spirit still walks the high ridges that overlook the Tug Fork, forever on patrol. They turn him into a cautionary tale, a boogeyman to scare the young. They say, if you're hunting late in the evening and you hear the snap of a twig behind you, don't turn around too fast. It might be the ghost of the old Union captain, still searching for the men who killed his friend. He has become a haint of the mountains, a restless spirit tied to the land he fought and bled for. This is the final stage in the life of a story like this. It's how a community processes a trauma that has no clean resolution. There was no final justice for Asa Harmon McCoy. There was no known resting place for his avenger. So the people absorbed him into their folklore. The ghost story is a way of remembering, a way of warning that old hatreds don't just disappear. They linger in the soil, in the shadows between the trees. The man is gone, but the grudge remains. And so, Captain William Wall Anderson, the historical figure, has faded almost completely. In his place stands the legend. He is no longer just a man who fought in a war. He is a permanent part of the landscape's psychic terrain, a symbol of a feud so bitter that not even death could end it. He is the whisper in the pines, the unseen fear in the hollow, a ghost born from a real man's quest for vengeance. And so, we end where we began. Standing on this ridge in Logan County, listening to the wind move through the pines. The sound hasn't changed, but after our journey, the silence feels different. It's no longer empty. Now, it's filled with the echoes of a forgotten war. We started with a single name on a faded muster roll and followed it into the heart of a darkness that history tried to forget. We stood at the mouth of a cold cave. We saw the ghost in the empty pages of a courthouse ledger, and we learned how one man's righteous fury could become a law unto itself. The story of William Wall Anderson is the proof that the most famous legends are often built on forgotten foundations. The world remembers the Hatfield-McCoy feud as a story of stolen pigs and star-crossed lovers. But that's the tale, not the truth. The truth began here, with a political assassination and a promise of vengeance. It's a reminder that the great sweeping forces of history are always at their heart intensely personal stories of love, loyalty, and a hatred that can outlive the men who carry it. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of the choices that define us. The men who fought here are long gone. The cabins they defended have returned to the earth. The guns have fallen silent. But the story remains. There are no neutrals in Harlan County. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. These words weren't just a song lyric. In the 1930s, they were a death sentence scrawled on the wall of a company town. The newspapers called it a labor dispute. But in the dark hollows of Kentucky, they knew its real name: war. Today, we're not just looking at history. We're descending into the blood-soaked soil of bloody Harlan to answer a single terrifying question. When the law itself becomes a weapon against you, what does a man do to survive? Before the bullets flew, there was the dust. In the 1930s, Harlan County, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, a kingdom carved out of the ancient Appalachian mountains. The ridges and valleys held a wild, breathtaking beauty, where the morning mist clung to the trees like a ghost. But beneath that beauty lay the black heart of the region: coal. The companies that owned that coal owned everything else too. They owned the land, the jobs, and the men who worked them. The life of a Harlan miner was a descent into darkness, both literally and figuratively. Long before the sun crested the mountains, you'd kiss your family goodbye and join a line of silhouettes shuffling toward the mine entrance. You'd spend the next 10, 12, sometimes 14 hours in a cramped, suffocating tunnel where the air you breathed was more coal dust than oxygen. This dust, the black lung, was a patient killer, slowly turning your insides to stone. But the mine had faster ways to claim you. A sudden methane explosion, a collapsing roof beam. Death was your silent partner on every shift. For this grueling, life-threatening labor, you weren't paid in money. You were paid in scrip, company-printed tokens or paper slips that were only good at one place on Earth, the company store. And what a store it was. Prices for flour, beans, and work boots were set so high that by the end of the week, your entire paycheck went right back into the company's pocket. It was a perfect, inescapable cycle of debt, a form of modern-day serfdom. This control was absolute. You lived in a clapboard house owned by the company, and if you couldn't work, you and your family were thrown out onto the dirt road. If you got sick, you saw a company doctor who was paid to get you back into the mine as fast as possible. If you died, you were buried in a cemetery on company land. From the moment you were born to the day you were lowered into the ground, you were little more than an asset on a corporate ledger, an entry in a book owned by faceless barons in New York and Philadelphia. Then came the Great Depression. As the rest of America tightened its belt, the coal companies in Harlan saw a chance to squeeze even harder. They announced another 10% wage cut. For men already on the ragged edge of starvation, this was not just an insult. It was a declaration that their lives had no value at all. The breaking point had been reached. In the darkness of the mines and the quiet of their company shacks, a forbidden word began to be whispered. Union. The United Mine Workers of America. It was a dangerous prayer, a name that promised a sliver of hope, a chance to fight back. But everyone in Harlan knew that hope had a price, and in a county run by company guns, that price was measured in blood. The decision to call in the United Mine Workers of America was like lighting a match in a room filled with gas. When union organizers arrived, they were greeted not as outsiders, but as saviors. Secret meetings were held in the woods under the cover of darkness. By flickering lantern light, men whose faces were permanently stained with coal dust signed union cards, their hands trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. For the first time, they felt they weren't just helpless cogs in a machine. They were brothers in a cause. They demanded fair pay, an 8-hour day, and the right to be paid in real American dollars, not company scrip. They went on strike. The coal barons' response was swift and merciless. Their local enforcer was a man named John Henry Blair, the High Sheriff of Harlan County. But J.H. Blair didn't serve the people. He served the coal operators. His salary was padded by the companies, and his deputies were little more than hired thugs, armed bullies recruited specifically for their ruthlessness. They were known by the miners with a simple, chilling name: gun thugs. Their job was to break the strike and break the men who dared to join it. The war began not with a bang, but with the sound of families being thrown from their homes. Any miner who joined the strike was immediately fired and evicted. Their meager possessions, a mattress, a cooking pot, a child's toy, were tossed out into the mud. Their names were put on a blacklist, ensuring they could never work in Harlan again. Soon, tent colonies of starving miners and their families dotted the roadsides, a stark monument to the company's cruelty. The picket lines were met with clubs and fists. The violence escalated systematically. Blair's deputies would roam the mountain roads, ambushing Union men. Organizers were dragged from their cars, beaten senseless, and left for dead. Carloads of strikebreakers were escorted into the mines under the protection of men armed with machine guns. The message was clear. There would be no negotiation. There would only be submission or annihilation. The law wasn't just silent. It was the enemy's primary weapon. But the coal operators and Sheriff Blair had misjudged their opponents. These weren't defeated men. They were the sons and grandsons of Appalachian pioneers, people who had carved a life out of the unforgiving wilderness. Pride and defiance ran in their blood. When they saw their children starving and their friends beaten, their desperation turned to cold, hard resolve. If the company wanted a war is what they would get. The miners retrieved their hunting rifles and shotguns from their homes. The picket lines, once signs of peaceful protest, now bristled with armed men. The air in Harlan County grew heavy and still, charged with the certainty of coming violence. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and a river was about to follow. The day was May 5th, 1931. A fragile quiet hung over the town of Evarts. It was the kind of quiet that isn't peaceful, but heavy with unspoken threats. Through that quiet drove a convoy of 3 cars, a serpent of black steel moving down the dirt road. Inside were Sheriff Blair's deputies and company mercenaries, their cars loaded with supplies for the strikebreakers. They drove with an arrogant confidence, believing the miners were broken. They were wrong. From the hillsides overlooking the road, from behind the slag heaps and the railway embankment, dozens of eyes watched them come. These were not just angry men, they were hunters in their own territory. As the convoy entered the narrowest part of the pass, the world exploded. It wasn't a disorganized volley, it was a single coordinated crash of gunfire that slammed into the cars from all sides. The afternoon air, moments before filled with the buzz of insects, was now torn apart by the roar of rifles and shotguns. For the men in the cars, the world dissolved into chaos. The first sound was the percussive punch of lead hitting sheet metal, a sound like a hailstorm made of iron. Windshields didn't crack. They disintegrated into a million glittering fragments. Tires exploded with a violent hiss, sending the cars skidding into each other. The deputies, armed with their powerful Thompson submachine guns, tried to fight back, their weapons spitting a desperate, rattling answer into the hills. But they were firing at ghosts. They couldn't see the faces of the men who had them pinned in a perfectly executed trap. The battle was brutally short, lasting only a few minutes. But in that time, the road was turned into a kill zone. The miners' fire was disciplined and withering. They weren't shooting wildly, they were aiming. One car, then another, fell silent. The frantic chattering of the machine guns ceased, replaced by the methodical crack of hunting rifles. It was the sound of a community pushed too far, speaking the only language the company gunmen seemed to understand. When the last shot echoed away, a profound and terrible silence descended. The gun smoke, thick and acrid, drifted over the scene like a shroud. The 3 cars sat motionless on the road, their bodies riddled with dark, ragged holes, their engines hissing steam into the quiet air. They looked less like vehicles and more like steel coffins that had been savaged by a giant beast. The Battle of Evarts was over. In the aftermath, the numbers told the story. 3 of Sheriff Blair's deputies and 1 of the company men lay dead. On the miners' side, 1 man had fallen. The strike had crossed a line from which there was no return. This was no longer a picket line, it was an insurrection. The news flashed across the country, and the state sent in the National Guard, their bayonets and machine guns bringing a tense martial order to the county. The battle was lost, the strike would be crushed. But something new had been forged in that fire. The legend of Bloody Harlan, a place where miners would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. The arrival of the Kentucky National Guard was not a rescue, it was an occupation. A wave of steel and khaki washed over Harlan County, their boots stamping out the last embers of the open strike. They came not to keep the peace, but to enforce the company's peace. Under the watchful eyes of soldiers, the tent colonies were dismantled, and the last of the striking families were scattered. The message from the state was as loud and clear as the volley of rifle fire at Evarts. The rebellion was over. For Sheriff J.H. Blair and his deputies, the presence of the military was a blank check. They were no longer just company thugs. They were the arm of a vengeful law. A brutal manhunt began. Posses of armed deputies fanned out through the hills and hollers, kicking in the doors of miners' shacks in the dead of night. Men were dragged from their beds, accused of murder and insurrection, often with no more evidence than a neighbor's whisper. The jails filled to overflowing with anyone suspected of holding a Union card or standing on that fateful picket line. The men who had actually fought in the battle vanished. They melted back into the mountains they knew so well, becoming ghosts in their own homeland. They slept in caves and abandoned cabins, relying on a secret network of sympathizers who would leave food and supplies in prearranged dead drops. Every snapped twig, every barking dog sent a jolt of fear through them. They were fugitives, hunted in the very forests where they had once hunted for food. The Battle of Evarts marked the beginning of what the miners would call the Decade of Terror. The open war of the strike was replaced by a shadowy, brutal guerrilla conflict. Union organizers who dared to enter the county would be found weeks later, their cars pushed into ravines, their bodies telling a silent story of a final, violent confrontation on a lonely mountain road. Houses of suspected Union men would suddenly explode in the night, a deafening roar of dynamite serving as a warning to everyone else. The night was no longer a time for rest, but a time for listening, for waiting for the sound of an approaching car or a shotgun blast in the darkness. A chilling rumor began to circulate, a story told only in hushed tones. They said the coal operators had created a secret fund, a pool of money used to pay bonuses to Blair and his men for every Union man they eliminated. Was it true? There was never a ledger, never a document to prove it. But as the bodies of organizers piled up, the miners didn't need proof. They believed it with every fiber of their being. In their world, it was not just possible, it was logical. Their lives were worth less than a lump of coal, and now there was a price on their heads. The strike was broken, the picket lines gone. But the fight for Harlan County was not over. It had just gone underground. The Union became a secret faith, a dangerous idea passed between trusted friends in the darkness of the mines. The company had retaken the land, but it had lost the hearts of the people forever. And they had created an army of martyrs whose memory would fuel the fight for years to come. The trials that followed the Battle of Evarts were not a search for truth. They were a performance, a grim theater of the absurd, staged to sanctify the company's power. Imagine the scene, a stuffy Kentucky courtroom in the dead of summer, packed to the rafters. On one side sat the miners who had been captured, men with coal dust still ground into the lines on their hands, their faces etched with a weary defiance. They looked out of place in the polished wood of the witness stand, like creatures of the earth dragged into a cage. On the other side, Sheriff Blair and his surviving deputies, preening in their uniforms, presented as heroes who had faced down a mob of communist agitators. The air was thick with tension and hostility. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the real power here. The coal companies had brought in their best lawyers, slick men from out of state in expensive suits, whose words twisted the miners' desperate fight for survival into a murderous conspiracy against law and order. They painted a picture of anarchy, of armed thugs trying to destroy the very fabric of American enterprise. They called the miners terrorists. The defense was outmatched and outgunned from the start. They tried to tell the real story, the story of starvation wages, of families thrown into the street, of beatings on the picket lines, of a community pushed to the brink by a ruthless corporation and its private army. They argued that the Battle of Evarts wasn't murder, it was self-defense. It was the inevitable explosion after months of pressure and abuse. But their words felt hollow in that room, lost against the well-oiled machine of injustice they were facing. The jury, made up of men who understood the unspoken rules of Harlan County, listened in silence. The defendants themselves reacted in different ways. Some sat in stony silence, their pride a shield against the legalistic lies being spun about them. Others showed flashes of the same fire that had led them to the barricades, their voices rising with anger as they were questioned. But most just seemed tired, worn down by a system that was designed from the ground up to crush them. They knew, as everyone in that courtroom knew, that the verdict had been written long before the trial began. It had been written in company ledgers and sealed with company gold. When the verdict finally came, it was no surprise. 44 miners and 3 of their wives were indicted. 8 men were ultimately convicted on charges ranging from conspiracy to murder. The sentences were long, years to be spent behind the grey walls of a state penitentiary far from the mountains they had fought for. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, the sound of the state ratifying the company's victory. Sheriff J.H. Blair and his gun thugs, the men who had terrorized the county for months, faced no charges. They walked free. The law had spoken. But was it justice? In the eyes of the state, a crime had been punished. But in the hollows and coal camps of Harlan, the convicted men were not criminals. They were prisoners of war. The law of men had sent them to prison, but the justice of the mountains had already declared them heroes. The trial only proved what the miners knew all along. There were 2 sets of laws in Harlan County, and one was for the rich and the other was for the poor. They drove Florence Reese and her family out of Harlan County. Sheriff Blair's thugs made it impossible for them to stay, hunting her husband Sam like an animal. They lost their home, their community, their piece of the world. But they couldn't silence her. That song, scratched onto a calendar page in a moment of terror and defiance, took on a life of its own. It escaped the confines of Harlan, passed from miner to miner, and was eventually carried out of the mountains by folk singers. It became an anthem for the civil rights movement, for anti-war protesters, for struggling workers all over the globe. The coal barons won the battle for the mines, but a miner's wife won the war for the soul of the struggle. And what of the villain of our story, Sheriff J.H. Blair? He was never held accountable in a court of law for the terror he unleashed. But in 1933, the people of Harlan County delivered their own verdict. When he ran for re-election, they voted him out of office. It was a small victory, a quiet one, but in a place where justice was so rare, it was a victory nonetheless. The community, through the simple act of casting a ballot, finally took back the law he had stolen from them. If you drive through the town of Evarts today, you won't see any grand monuments to the battle. It's a quiet mountain town, like so many others. The road where the convoy was ambushed has long been paved over, but the hills are still there. The railway embankment is still there. If you stand in that spot and shut your eyes, you can almost hear it. The sudden, deafening roar of gunfire that shattered the peace of a May afternoon. The physical traces are faint, but the land itself is a witness. The mountains remember. And the war, it never really ended. The echo of the 1930s came roaring back in the 1970s, when the Brookside mine erupted in another bitter, violent strike. Once again, there were picket lines, company gunmen, and a community fighting for its life. The struggle was so raw and powerful, it was captured in an Oscar-winning documentary, Harlan County, USA. The faces were different, the cars were newer, but the question was exactly the same. The song Florence Reese had written 40 years earlier was sung with the same desperate passion. Which side are you on? So we come back to that terrifying question we asked at the start of our journey. When the law itself becomes a weapon against you, what does a man do to survive? The story of Bloody Harlan gives us the answer, and it is not a comforting one. You fight, you bleed, you bury your dead, and you sing a song of defiance so powerful it outlives the men with the guns. The miners of Harlan didn't win their war in 1931. They were beaten, starved, and jailed. But they did not break. They proved that survival is about more than just drawing breath. It's about holding on to your dignity, even if it costs you everything else. This story is not just a chapter in a dusty history book. It is a warning, etched in blood and coal dust. It's a raw look at what happens when corporate greed goes unchecked and when the people sworn to protect citizens instead become their jailers. But more than that, it's a monument to the indomitable spirit of ordinary people pushed to the absolute edge. It's a testament to the simple, unbreakable truth that you can own a man's labor, You can own the house he lives in, but you can never, ever own his soul. The names of the men who fought and died in the Battle of Evarts have mostly faded from memory. The company stores are gone, and many of the mines that once scarred these mountains are now sealed and silent. But the question that Florence Reese scratched onto a calendar page in a moment of pure rage and courage is eternal. It echoes through time, a challenge to every generation, in every struggle for justice. Which side are you on? The newspapers called it the Fraterville mine disaster. A tragic number etched in history. 216 men and boys gone in an instant. But numbers are cold, and they can't tell you the real story. They can't describe what it's like to sit in absolute darkness, hundreds of feet underground, listening to the air run out as you write a final letter to your wife. They can't make you feel the horror of a father holding his dying son on his lap. They say it was an accident. But the true story of Fraterville isn't about the explosion that shook the earth. It's about what happened after, in the suffocating silence. Today, we're not just telling a story. We're going to listen to the voices of the dead, reading the last words they scratched onto paper from inside their own tomb. Imagine Fraterville, Tennessee, on the morning of May 19th, 1902. It wasn't a town so much as a collection of wooden houses clinging to the hillsides, all painted the same color by the company, all breathing the same coal-tinged air. Life here was simple and hard, governed by the rising of the sun and the shriek of the mine whistle. The mountains of Coal Creek weren't just a backdrop. They were the provider and the master, giving families their daily bread from the dark seams of coal hidden in their belly. In these small homes, a familiar ritual played out before dawn. Wives rose in the dim light to stoke the fire and cook breakfast, the smell of biscuits and coffee mingling with the ever-present scent of coal dust. Men pulled on their stiff work clothes, their faces already smudged with the shadow of their trade. These were the moments that made up a life. A quick kiss goodbye at the door, a hand ruffling a child's hair, a promise to be home for supper. For the men of Fraterville, descending into the earth was as natural as breathing. Among them was Jacob Vowell, a 47-year-old man with the steady hands and quiet dignity of a veteran miner. He was a family man, respected in the community. Walking beside him was his 14-year-old son, Elbert. In those days, boys became men in the darkness of the mines, learning the dangerous trade from their fathers. For Elbert, working alongside his dad wasn't just a job. It was a rite of passage, a step into the world of men. They were part of a brotherhood of 216 souls that morning. Husbands, fathers, brothers, and sons, some boys no older than Elbert. They walked together toward the gaping mouth of the mine, their lunch pails clanking, their carbide lamps not yet lit. The air was cool, the sky was beginning to lighten, and the world above ground was waking up to a beautiful spring day. There was no sense of doom, no premonition of what was to come. It was just another Monday. They stepped onto the man trip, the string of open cars that would carry them down the sloping shaft into the heart of the mountain. The journey into the darkness was a daily routine, the familiar rumble of the wheels a mundane soundtrack to their lives. They joked and talked, their voices echoing briefly before being swallowed by the immense, earthy silence of the deep. But the mountain they trusted was holding a secret. Deep within the labyrinthine tunnels, a pocket of methane gas, odorless and invisible, was seeping from the coal seam. It was a time bomb, silently counting down. Every foot the men traveled deeper into the earth brought them closer to the moment when their ordinary world would be torn apart by a roar from hell itself. Deep inside the earth, the men worked in the flickering glow of their carbide lamps. The air was thick with the smell of damp soil and coal. The only sounds were the rhythmic scrape of shovels against rock and the metallic ring of pickaxes striking the black seam. And then, in one of the far-flung tunnels, it happened. A miner's open flame, the very tool that let him see in the dark, touched a pocket of invisible methane gas. In that single fatal instant, the air itself caught fire. The explosion wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force, a giant fist that punched through the mine's narrow arteries. It ignited the fine, suspended coal dust, creating a secondary, even more powerful blast that ripped through the tunnels at the speed of sound. A wave of fire and pressure shot outwards, snuffing out lamps and lives without distinction. For the men caught in its path, there was no time to scream. The world simply ceased to exist. On the surface, at 7:20 in the morning, the ground trembled as if a beast had woken from a long slumber. A deep, guttural roar erupted from the mouth of the mine, a sound that rattled windows and shook the very souls of the people in Fratterville. It was followed by a geyser of black smoke, splintered timbers, and mangled machinery that shot hundreds of feet into the sky. The mine, the town's source of life, was now breathing fire and death. Within moments, the routine of the morning was shattered by screams. Wives and children, their faces masks of terror, ran toward the mine entrance. But what they found was a vision from hell. The wooden structures of the tipple were engulfed in flames, and a thick, choking smoke billowed from the shaft, blocking any hope of entry. The force of the blast had not only sealed the entrance, it had destroyed the mine's massive ventilation fan. The lungs of the mountain had been ripped out. Deep inside, in the furthest reaches of the mine where the blast hadn't reached, a few dozen men were thrown to the ground. Their lamps were extinguished, plunging them into a darkness more profound than any they had ever known. The air thrummed, and then an unearthly silence fell. They were alive, but they were cut off. The air they were breathing was now a finite resource, a dwindling supply in a sealed stone coffin. The clock on their survival had begun to tick. In the absolute blackness, the survivors gathered. The thunder of the explosion had faded, replaced by a silence so deep it felt like a physical weight. The air, once merely damp and earthy, now carried a new taste, sharp and metallic. It was the taste of afterdamp, the poisonous cocktail of gases left behind by the blast. They knew what it meant. There would be no rescue. Death wasn't coming for them with fire and fury. It was seeping toward them, silent and invisible. In this moment, faced with the end, Jacob Vowell became their anchor. He didn't preach hope where there was none. Instead, he offered them a final defiant purpose. He told any man with a pencil and a scrap of paper to write. Write to their wives, their children, their mothers. Write the words they would never get to say. In the suffocating darkness of their tomb, these men, whose hands were calloused from swinging a pickaxe, began the delicate work of writing their last goodbyes. Imagine the scene. A handful of dying carbide lamps cast a ghostly flickering glow, creating dancing shadows on the coal-black walls. The only sounds were the ragged coughing of men fighting for each breath and the soft, steady scratch of pencil lead on paper. Men leaned against the cold rock, trying to steady their hands, pouring a lifetime of love onto a few precious inches of paper. They weren't writing about death. They were writing about life, about the families waiting for them under a sun they would never see again. Jacob Vowell wrote to his Sarah, his words a simple, heartbreaking testament. Tell my little boys to be good boys and to trust in the Lord. He was a father to the very end. Beside him, his 14-year-old son Elbert, his strength failing, lay his head in his father's lap. In the dimming light, Jacob watched his son's breathing grow shallow, watched him drift into a sleep from which he would not wake. Then, with a hand that must have trembled, Jacob Vowell made one last entry in the margins of his letter. He didn't describe the horror. He wrote a sentence of pure, devastating fact. My boy Elbert has gone to sleep. He has been dead for a few minutes. It was a final act of a father recording his son's peaceful passage. a final whisper of love in a world that had turned to black. One by one, the lamps sputtered and died, plunging the chamber into a darkness that was total. The scratching of pencils ceased. The ragged breaths grew fainter, until at last there was only silence. On the bodies of the dead, pocket watches continued to tick for a few minutes more before they, too, stopped, their hands frozen on the final moment when the last bit of life-giving air was gone from the room. For 3 long days, Frateville held its breath. The fire at the mine entrance was eventually smothered, but the mountain remained a sealed tomb. On the surface, a grim vigil of hope against reason took hold. Wives and mothers stood in small, silent groups, their eyes fixed on the smoking hole in the ground that had swallowed their world. The company brought in experts and rescue teams, made up of miners from neighboring towns, worked tirelessly, risking their own lives with every step they took into the poisoned darkness. The air inside was a killer, silent and patient. Rescuers had to work in short, desperate bursts, clearing rubble and shoring up collapsed tunnels, all while battling the suffocating afterdamp. With each foot they gained, the hope of finding anyone alive dwindled, replaced by the grim determination to at least bring the men home for a proper burial. They found the first bodies near the entrance, victims of the blast's initial violent fury. But the deeper they went, the more the destruction gave way to an eerie, undisturbed silence. Finally, they reached the crude barricade of rock and clothing. They knew men were behind it. Carefully, they dismantled the wall, stone by stone. The first beam of a rescuer's lamp cut through the darkness and fell upon a scene that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. 26 men were lying on the ground. There was no sign of a struggle, no panic. They looked as if they had simply laid down to rest, many with their arms around each other in a final brotherly embrace. And then they saw the letters. Tucked into pockets, clutched in hands, or placed carefully on their chests, were the final messages from the dark. As the bodies were solemnly carried out into the daylight, the news of the letters spread through the grieving crowd like a whisper. This tragedy now had a voice. These were not just numbers in a death toll. They were husbands and fathers who had spent their final moments thinking only of love. Frateville had become a town of widows and orphans overnight. They say there weren't enough coffins in the county, and they had to be shipped in by the trainload, a final, heartbreaking measure of the town's immeasurable loss. There was no villain in a black hat to put on trial. There was only a company, a mountain, and 216 fresh graves. But the law demanded an answer, so a coroner's inquest was convened. It wasn't a grand trial in a stone courthouse. It was a proceeding held in the shadow of the disaster, a formal attempt to write the final chapter in the official record. For the widows of Frateville, it was a desperate, flickering hope for accountability. For the Coal Creek Coal Company, it was a matter of containing the damage. Company officials and their lawyers spoke in measured tones. They offered condolences and expressed deep regret. They spoke of the inherent dangers of mining, of the unpredictable nature of the earth. The explosion, they argued, was a tragic accident, an act of God that no one could have foreseen or prevented. They presented charts and testimony from their own experts, painting a picture of a well-run operation that had simply fallen victim to a terrible misfortune. Against this polished defense, who was there to speak for the dead? The miners' letters were their final testimony, but they were testaments of love, not of legal negligence. The living miners in the community, the ones who would need a job when the grief subsided, knew better than to speak out against the only employer in town. To accuse the company was to risk your own family's survival. So they stayed silent, their anger and their knowledge of the mine's gassy reputation a heavy, unspoken secret in the room. The verdict, when it came, was as cold and hard as a seam of coal. The coroner's jury concluded that the miners had died from an explosion of methane gas and coal dust ignited by an open flame. But crucially, they assigned no legal blame. No charges were filed. The company was officially cleared of any criminal negligence. They offered recommendations for the future, the use of safer lamps, better ventilation, but these were suggestions, not punishments. Was this justice? The law of men, the formal system of courts and inquests, had spoken. It had rendered its verdict in clean, legal terms. The company was not a murderer, but a victim of circumstance. But for the people of Frateville, for the women who now had to raise their children alone, the verdict was just another form of violence. It was a confirmation that the lives of their husbands and sons were worth less than the cost of implementing stricter safety measures. The company walked away free, ready to rebuild and reopen the mine. The town, however, was handed a life sentence of loss and unanswered questions. The inquest provided an official cause of death, but it offered no comfort and no justice. It was a quiet, brutal lesson in the way the world worked in 1902. The law protected property and profit, while the mountains kept the men. The town of Frateville never recovered. It couldn't. How does a town built around 216 men continue to exist when they are all gone? It became a town of shadows, a community of widows and orphans, where the sound of the mine whistle was replaced by a profound and lasting silence. In time, families moved away, houses fell into disrepair, and Frateville, the bustling coal town, slowly faded from the map, becoming little more than a name in a history book. But the story didn't vanish completely. It's carved in stone. If you know where to look, you can still find the Leech Cemetery. There, in a large grassy circle, lie the graves of many of the miners. It's known as the Frateville Miners' Circle, a silent, circular monument to a shared fate. Walking among the headstones is a chilling experience. Name after name, all followed by the same date of death, May 19th, 1902. It's a physical ledger of the price paid for coal. And yet, the most powerful trace of that day isn't made of stone. It's made of paper and pencil lead. The letters, Jacob Vowell's final words to his Sarah, Eugene Daniels's prayer for his children, they survived. They were carefully passed down, preserved in archives and museums, their faded script a direct line to the heart of the tragedy. They are not just historical artifacts, they are sacred relics. When you read them, you are no longer a spectator to history. You are in that darkness with them, listening to the very last words of men who knew they were about to die. The mine itself is long gone, its entrance sealed over, reclaimed by the patient green of the mountains. Most people who drive those Tennessee roads today have no idea they're passing a place where an American tragedy unfolded. But the mountains remember. They hold the silence of that sealed-off tunnel, the weight of the grief that soaked into this soil. They remember the roar, the smoke, and the long, agonizing wait that followed. And they hold the echoes of the last words scratched out in the dark, a story of love that proved stronger than the stone that entombed it. So we return to the question we started with. What really happened in the Frateville mine? An explosion killed 216 men. That is the fact. But it is not the truth. The truth is that in the final suffocating moments of their lives, a handful of ordinary men faced the end, not with rage or panic, but with a quiet, heartbreaking dignity. They chose to spend their last ounce of life and breath not on themselves, but on sending one last message of love out of the darkness. The Frateville disaster is a story of industrial negligence, a brutal lesson paid for in blood that would slowly, painfully lead to safer mines for future generations. But its truest legacy is not found in safety regulations. It's a lesson in what matters at the very end of everything. It teaches us that the human spirit, when stripped of all else, will reach for connection, for family, for love. In the blackest pit, these men found a light inside themselves and sent it outward. Their bodies were buried in the Tennessee earth over a century ago, their towns swallowed by time. But their final words, scratched onto scraps of paper, have traveled through the years to find us. The mountain took their lives, but it could not silence their love. It couldn't bury their story. They say that on the 4th of July, the road up Cherry Mountain was choked with a pilgrimage of the thirsty and the defiant. Thousands of people, judges and outlaws, preachers and laborers, climbed that steep North Carolina slope, drawn by a single promise. At the summit, a stout, smiling man named Amos Owens stood beside barrels of a legendary ruby-red liqueur, ladling it out for free to all who came. He was a moonshiner, a tax evader, an enemy of the federal government. But on that mountain, he was a king. How does a man become a legend in his own lifetime? How does a common criminal earn the loyalty of an entire region, turning his defiance into a roaring celebration that the law itself was powerless to stop? Was he a simple man breaking the law for profit? Or was he the last bastion of a fiercely independent mountain spirit? Today, we're going to pour a glass of history and trace the life of the one and only Cherry Bounce King, to understand the man who built a kingdom from corn, wild cherries, and an unbreakable will. To understand a man like Amos Owens, you have to understand the ground he was raised on. He was born in 1822 in Rutherford County, North Carolina, a place where the Blue Ridge Mountains begin to claw their way toward the sky. This wasn't just a landscape, it was a fortress. The people who settled these hollows were mostly Scotch-Irish, folks who carried a deep and abiding distrust of distant governments in their bones. They had fled kings and landlords once, and they weren't about to bow to a tax collector from Washington, D.C. Life here was a constant struggle against rock, weather, and isolation. A family's wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their corn patch, the health of their livestock, and the strength of their kin. Corn was life, but it was heavy and difficult to transport over rugged mountain trails. Turning that corn into whiskey was simple economics. It was a way to concentrate a year's worth of hard labor into a portable, profitable, and potent form. For these mountain families, the smoke from a copper still wasn't the sign of a crime. It was the smell of survival. This world operated on a code older than any federal law. Your word was your bond. Your family was your nation. An insult to your honor had to be answered, and a neighbor in need was to be helped without question. The law was something that existed down in the flatlands, an alien system that didn't understand the realities of mountain life. The stories of the Whiskey Rebellion of the 1790s weren't taught as a failed uprising. They were passed down as tales of righteous defiance, cementing the belief that a man had a God-given right to his own craft. But Amos wasn't just a product of the mountains. He was forged in the fires of a foreign war. As a young man, he left his secluded home to fight in the Mexican-American War. Imagine that transition, from the quiet, green solitude of Appalachia to the dusty, brutal battlefields of a foreign land. This experience hardened him. It taught him discipline. It showed him a world far beyond his mountain, and it likely reinforced his belief in self-reliance above all else. He was a veteran, a man who had served his country. When Amos Owens returned home, he came back a different man. He had seen the authority of the United States government up close, but he chose to climb back up Cherry Mountain and live by the old code. He didn't see a contradiction in having fought for the flag and then defying its laws. In his mind, the government had its place, and that place was not on his mountain, telling him what he could and could not do with the corn he grew with his own two hands. This was the crucible that created the Cherry Bounce King. He was a man of his people, steeped in a tradition of defiance. He was a farmer who understood the brutal math of survival. And he was a soldier who had learned how to stand his ground. The mountain gave him his ingredients and his fortress, but his unbending character, that was forged in the history of his ancestors and the heat of war. Long before the name Cherry Bounce King echoed through the halls of government, there was just Amos Owens, the artisan. Before the roaring crowds and the legendary defiance, there was the quiet solitude of the pre-dawn hours, the gentle hiss of the copper still, and the steady hand of a man who was a master of his craft. He wasn't just brewing moonshine, he was practicing an art form passed down through generations. He knew the corn by its feel, the fire by its sound, and the final product by a single practiced taste. His cherry bounce wasn't just potent, it was perfect, a testament to a pride in his work that no federal law could ever touch. But this craft wasn't for his own glory. It was the foundation of his family. The income from his hidden stills meant his wife had what she needed and his children never went to bed hungry. It meant he could afford good tools for his farm and solid shoes for their feet. His operation allowed him to build a life on that rugged mountain that was a step above mere survival. He was a patriarch in the truest mountain sense, the unwavering provider and protector of his clan. The world he built was one of security and stability, a small, independent nation with his homestead at its capital. And his influence spread beyond his own fence line. On Cherry Mountain and in the hollows below, Amos Owens was a pillar of the community. In a place where cash was as rare as a flat piece of land, he was the local economy's heartbeat. He bought his neighbors surplus corn at a fair price, providing them with the hard currency they needed. When a family fell on hard times, it was often Amos they turned to for a loan or assistance, a request he rarely refused. He commanded a deep, unshakable respect, not because of fear, but because his success was shared with those around him. This was the kingdom Amos Owens built, long before the outside world took notice. It was a world governed by loyalty, sustained by his craft, and centered on his family and community. It was a life of quiet dignity and fierce independence, a peaceful defiance conducted not with guns, but with copper pots and wild cherries. This was everything he stood to lose. It wasn't just a business the revenuers were threatening. It was his home, his honor, and the entire world he held dear. Every great man has a current running through him, a force that drives his every decision. For Amos Owens, that force was a stubborn pride as unyielding as mountain granite. It was a conviction buried deep in his soul that no man born in a distant city had the right to tell him what he could do on his own land. This wasn't just a belief, it was the very bedrock of his identity. He didn't just break the law, he disdained it. He saw the federal tax on liquor not as a legal statute, but as an intolerable insult to his craft and his heritage. This pride wasn't a quiet, internal thing. It was loud, bold, and defiant. While other moonshiners operated in the shadows, speaking in whispers and moving by moonlight, Amos Owens built a lighthouse. His legendary 4th of July and Christmas celebrations, where he gave away his cherry bounce by the barrelful, were the ultimate expression of this flaw. These weren't just parties, they were public declarations. He was telling the world, and specifically the federal government, I am here. This is my craft, and I am not ashamed of it. Come and get me if you dare. There's a story, told and retold until it's become gospel in those parts, that perfectly captures this audacious spirit. After one of his many arrests, Amos was brought before a judge who, tired of their game, levied a particularly steep fine against him. The courtroom fell silent, expecting the old moonshiner to protest or ask for time to pay. Instead, Amos simply nodded, reached deep into the pocket of his overalls, and pulled out a thick wad of cash, bills still smelling faintly of corn mash and wood smoke. He counted out the full amount, placed it on the bench without a word, and walked out a free man. It was not an act of submission, it was an act of mockery. He was using the profits of his crime to pay the penalty, reducing the judge's sentence to a mere business expense. This pride, this absolute refusal to bend, was his greatest strength in the eyes of his neighbors. It's what made him a folk hero. But it was also the crack in his armor. It made him visible. It made him a target. A lesser man might have laid low after a raid, moved his still, and sold his product quietly. But Amos' pride wouldn't allow that. He would rebuild, bigger and better, and the smoke would rise from his chimney stack on Cherry Mountain like a defiant flag, a signal to the law that he had not been beaten. His flaw, then, was his inability to compromise his own code. He was a king on his mountain, and kings do not bow. This stubborn streak ensured that his conflict with the government would never be a quiet, hidden affair. It was destined to become a public spectacle, a long and drawn-out war of attrition. He was daring the lightning to strike, forgetting that in the world of federal law, the storm always gathers eventually. For years, the dance between Amos Owens and the law had a familiar, almost comfortable rhythm. A federal marshal, often a local man who understood the mountain ways, would make the reluctant journey up Cherry Mountain. Stills would be broken, a warrant would be served, and Amos would go along peacefully. It was a ritual, a game of appearances, where the law made its point, and Amos paid his tax in the form of a fine. He always rebuilt, and the marshals always knew he would. There was a strange, unspoken understanding in this ongoing feud. But after the Civil War, the music changed. The federal government was nearly bankrupt, and its thirst for tax revenue became insatiable. The Bureau of Internal Revenue was empowered, unleashing a new breed of agent upon the mountains. These weren't local men playing a part. They were strangers with cold eyes and a fervent belief in federal authority. They saw the mountains not as a different world with its own rules, but as a den of tax cheats who were robbing the US Treasury. Their mission wasn't to play a game, it was to win a war. The spark that lit the fuse came on a crisp autumn morning. A team of these new, determined revenuers stormed Cherry Mountain. This raid was different. It wasn't just about the equipment. With grim efficiency, they found Amos's aging cellar, a cool space dug into the mountainside where his finished product, his art, was stored. They didn't confiscate it. With axes and sledgehammers, they systematically smashed every jug and barrel. Years of work, hundreds of gallons of his legendary cherry bounce, gushed out and stained the earth a deep, bloody red. They were destroying his legacy, pouring his very soul into the dirt. Amos Owens, who had always met his arrest with a wry smile, stood and watched this sacrilege in cold silence. This was no longer a matter of business. They hadn't just destroyed his property, they had committed an act of profound disrespect. They had vandalized his art, violated the sanctity of his craft, and declared that his life's work was nothing more than contraband to be annihilated. The unspoken rules of their long dance had been shattered. For Amos, this was a declaration of war. This act was an unforgivable affront precisely because it struck at the heart of his defiant pride. To be arrested was one thing. To be treated as a common criminal whose masterpiece deserved no more respect than ditch water was another. They had challenged his status, his honor, and his identity as the king of his own mountain. In that moment, watching his life's work bleed into the ground, a decision was made. He would no longer be a mere moonshiner who got caught now and then. He would become a symbol. His operation would grow larger, his celebrations more brazen, and his name would become a banner of defiance for the entire region to rally behind. The red stain on the ground where his cherry bounce had been spilled was a line drawn in the dirt. Amos Owens' response wasn't fear, it was fury. He did not retreat into the shadows. Instead, he did the opposite. The smoke from Cherry Mountain, which had always been a steady wisp, now billowed into a column. He built new stills, bigger and more efficient. He hired more men. He doubled his production. He was no longer just supplying a thirsty region. He was building an empire in open defiance of the United States government. The warnings started as quiet whispers. His own wife, who had stood by him through dozens of arrests, saw the new hardness in the eyes of the federal men who rode through the nearby towns. She would plead with him at night, by the firelight, her voice full of a fear he'd never heard before. "Amos," she would say, "this is different now. It's not a game anymore. They don't just want a fine. They want to see you broken." He would listen, pat her hand, and tell her that a man who bows to a bully invites him to kick again. The whispers grew louder in the community. Friends who had celebrated his audacity now pulled him aside with worried looks. They spoke of revenuers threatening local farmers for information, of a new, ruthless pressure being applied to the entire area. Just lay low for a while, Amos, they'd advise. Let the heat die down. Make your run, but do it quiet-like. They were counseling survival, the ancient mountain art of bending like a sapling in a storm so as not to break. But Amos Owens was no sapling. He was a great old oak, and he would not bend. He saw their pleas for caution as a step toward surrender. To him, this was no longer about a single man's still. It was about the soul of the mountains. He told them that if he backed down, the federal men would come for them next. He preached his gospel of defiance, arguing that the only way to meet a threat is to stand taller and look it square in the eye. His pride had now transformed into a righteous cause. The ultimate act of defiance was his next 4th of July celebration. Where others saw a reason for caution, Amos saw a stage. He sent out word. The party on Cherry Mountain would be bigger than ever before. It became a public spectacle, an open challenge broadcast across the state. He wasn't just inviting his friends and customers. He was taunting the Bureau of Internal Revenue. He was turning his defiance into a beacon, daring them to try and extinguish it in front of thousands of his supporters. With every warning he ignored, every plea for moderation he dismissed, the path forward narrowed until there was only one way it could go. He had become a symbol, a living embodiment of the mountain spirit, and the government could not allow such a symbol to stand. He was isolating himself on a peak of his own making, a king so confident in his fortress that he could no longer see the army gathering at its gates. A violent outcome was no longer a risk. It was a certainty he himself was inviting. The day before the 4th of July dawned clear and bright over Cherry Mountain. The air was already electric with anticipation. Wagons were being moved into place. Barrels of cherry bounce were rolled out from the cellar, and the sound of hammers echoed as a stage was built for the fiddlers. This was to be Amos Owens' masterpiece of defiance, the grandest celebration he had ever hosted. But as the sun reached its zenith, a lone rider was seen making his way steadily up the mountain path. It wasn't a posse. It was the familiar, weary face of an old federal marshal, a man who had arrested Amos more than once in the bygone days of their gentleman's feud. He didn't come with warrants or weapons. He dismounted, met Amos near the Great Log Hall, and spoke not as a lawman, but as one man to another. He explained that the world had changed. The new men in charge in Raleigh and Washington saw Amos not as a local character, but as the leader of an insurrection. They were coming, he warned, not for a token arrest, but to crush him completely. "They're just waiting for this party, Amos," the marshal said, his voice low. "They'll use the crowd as an excuse. They'll say it was a riot. Men are going to get hurt." Then came the final, clear off-ramp, the last chance for peace. "Cancel it," the marshal pleaded, "just for this year. Send everyone home. Show them you're not looking for a fight. If you do this, I can go back and tell them the threat is over. We can go back to the way things were. It's your last chance to put the genie back in the bottle." It was a surprisingly fair offer. It was a path away from the cliff's edge. All he had to do was swallow his pride. For a long moment, Amos Owens was silent. You can just imagine him, standing there on his mountain, the smell of his life's work all around him. He likely looked at his home, at the preparations for the festival, at the faces of his kin. He had to have felt the weight of the choice before him, the safety of his family versus the defiant code that had defined his entire life. The marshal's offer was reasonable. It was wise. But to Amos, it sounded like the clatter of chains. He finally turned his gaze from his home and met the marshal's eyes. The internal struggle was over. "A man doesn't send his guests home," Amos said, his voice as firm as the mountain beneath his feet, "just because an uninvited stranger is threatening to kick down the door." The party goes on. With that, the last bridge to peace was burned. He had been offered a truce, and had chosen war. The old marshal simply nodded, a look of profound sadness on his face, and rode away, leaving the cherry-bounce king alone on his throne, waiting for the inevitable storm he had personally summoned. The 4th of July on Cherry Mountain was a roaring sea of humanity. The fiddles screamed, the banjos rang, and the rhythmic stomp of dancing feet shook the very ground. Above it all was the booming laughter of Amos Owens, a king in his element, ladling out his ruby-red elixir. But as the afternoon sun began to dip, a different sound drifted up from the base of the mountain, the cold, rhythmic clink of metal and the steady tramp of marching feet. A long column of federal agents and deputized men, armed and determined, was ascending the slope. The music faltered, then died. A wave of silence rolled through the crowd as all eyes turned to the approaching force. The world for Amos Owens narrowed to the sight of those grim-faced men, their polished badges glinting in the sun. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion. He stood his ground behind his barrels, not with a weapon in his hand, but with the full weight of his defiance in his posture. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with the energy of 1,000 held breaths. A federal captain stepped forward, a warrant held out like a weapon, and his voice cut through the stillness, demanding surrender. Amos' reply was not a shout, but a low, firm refusal that was heard by every person on that mountaintop. And in that instant, the simmering tension that had built for years finally boiled over. The captain gave a signal, and the line of lawmen surged forward. The crowd, loyal and fueled by Cherry Bounce, pushed back. What happened next wasn't a battle of neat lines and clear commands. It was a chaotic, swirling vortex of human bodies. The world became a blur of motion and a cacophony of shouts. From Amos' perspective, it must have been a maelstrom. The celebration he had built, a symbol of his independence, had become a scene of pandemonium. An argument that had raged for a decade in courtrooms and whispers was suddenly, violently being settled with fists and clubs. The sharp, percussive sound of an intervention echoed through the holler, a sound that cut through the noise and hung in the air like a final, dreadful punctuation mark. In the heart of the chaos, Amos himself was the primary target. He was swarmed, not as a respected elder, but as the ringleader of a mob. He felt the grasp of rough hands, the impact of a world turned hostile. The final, visceral sensation was not one of his choosing. The vibrant festival, the pinnacle of his lifelong defiance, was over. The argument that had defined his life had been answered not with words, but with overwhelming force. The chilling silence that followed the main event was broken only by the groans of the injured and the curt, metallic orders of the federal agents who were now, finally, masters of the mountain. The world came back into focus slowly for Amos Owens, through a haze of shock and the dull ache of struggle. The roar of the crowd had been replaced by a grim quiet, punctuated by the sharp orders of federal officers. His great hall, a place of joyous celebration just an hour before, was a scene of wreckage. Overturned benches, smashed jugs, and the dark, sticky pools of spilled cherry bounce littered the ground. He wasn't a king surveying his court. He was a prisoner standing in the ruins of his own kingdom. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear. There was only a cold, profound rage that settled deep in his bones. This was the ultimate violation. To be manhandled, overpowered, and subdued on his own land, in front of his own people, it was a humiliation worse than any fine or prison sentence. The final insult came with a sharp, metallic click. The cold iron of the handcuffs closing around his wrists was a sound louder and more final than any gunshot. On the very spot where he had freely dispensed his hospitality, his freedom was now completely and utterly taken away. His next move was not his own. Flanked by armed guards, he began the long walk down the mountain. This was the path he had climbed as a boy and ruled as a king, a path every stone of which he knew by heart. Now he walked it in chains, He passed his home, catching a glimpse of his wife's face, pale and stricken, in the doorway. He passed neighbors who looked on with a mixture of pity and awe. He did not lower his head. Pride was the one thing they could not take from him, and he carried it like a shield, his back straight, his eyes fixed forward. At the base of the mountain, a government wagon waited. As he was loaded into the back, he took one last look at his domain. The sun was setting behind Cherry Mountain, casting long shadows across the hollows. The crowds were gone. The music was gone. The smoke from his stills was extinguished. The king was being exiled from his kingdom. As the wagon lurched forward and began the journey toward a federal jail, Amos Owens knew this was the end of the road. His active defiance was over. All that remained were the consequences. The fall of a king is never a quiet thing, and the silence that fell over Cherry Mountain was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The wreckage left behind wasn't just in the smashed stills and splintered barrels, it was in the lives of every person Amos Owens had touched. For his wife and children, the world had been turned upside down. The provider was gone, the income had vanished, and the home that was once a fortress of local pride was now a landmark of federal victory. The name Owens, once spoken with respect, now became a brand, a name whispered in conjunction with violence, arrest, and ruin. They were left to face the cold stares of the law and the uncertain pity of their neighbors, all while trying to scratch a living from a mountain that now seemed haunted by loss. The community itself bore a deep and festering wound. Many who had attended the celebration were arrested or injured in the chaos. Families were thrown into turmoil, trying to pay fines or tend to the wounded. The raid had been a brutal lesson from the government. This is what happens when you follow a rebel. The fierce unity that Amos had commanded was shattered and replaced by a gnawing fear. Who would be next? The raid had driven a wedge of distrust into the heart of the mountain, turning a proud and defiant community into a collection of frightened individuals, wary of their neighbors and terrified of the law. The economic engine Amos had built sputtered and died. The farmers who had relied on him to buy their surplus corn were left with a product they couldn't easily sell. The men who had worked his stills were suddenly without employment, their families facing a hard winter with no income. The flow of cash that had trickled down from Cherry Mountain, oiling the gears of the local economy, dried up completely. His defiance had brought prosperity, but his fall brought a poverty that was just as widespread. He had been the trunk of a great tree, and the federal axe had not just felled him, but had left the entire forest around him to wither. The tragedy of Amos Owens was not that he was arrested. It was that his personal war had so many civilian casualties. His pride demanded a grand public stand, but it was his family, his friends, and his neighbors who were left to pay the price for it. He had built a kingdom and invited his people to celebrate within its walls, never imagining that when the walls came crashing down, they would be the ones crushed beneath the stones. The party was over, but the hangover would last for a generation. Amos Owens, the king of Cherry Mountain, was brought to a kingdom where he held no power, a federal courtroom. The space itself was an assault on everything he knew. The air was stale, the light was filtered through dusty windows, and the walls were made of cold plaster and dark polished wood, a world away from the open sky and living timber of his home. Here, he was not a respected elder or a master craftsman. He was simply the defendant, a name stripped of all honor and history. The prosecution, methodical and relentless, painted a picture not of a folk hero, but of a calculated criminal. They spoke of tax evasion, conspiracy, and most damningly, of inciting a riot and assaulting federal officers in the execution of their duties. They presented evidence, the shattered remnants of his stills, the testimony of injured agents, and the sheer scale of his operation. To the court, the case was simple. Here was a man who had grown wealthy by openly flouting the laws of the United States and had met the consequences with violence. His defense, when it came, was not a denial, but a declaration. Amos and his lawyer didn't argue the facts. They argued a whole different kind of truth. They spoke of a man's right to his own land and the fruits of his own labor. They spoke of a tradition older than the federal government itself. When asked to account for his actions, Amos' logic was baffling to the court and perfectly clear to his people. It was his corn. It was his mountain. It was his craft. He wasn't breaking the law. He was living by a different one, a code of self-sufficiency and honor that the men in their starched collars could never comprehend. It was a clash of two Americas in a single room. Back in the mountains, the trial was seen as a foregone conclusion, a piece of political theater. They saw Amos not as a criminal, but as a martyr. He was their champion, captured and put on display by an invading army that called itself the law. His guilt was irrelevant to them. His cause was everything. They knew the court would never understand that the real crime in their eyes had been the government's intrusion, the desecration of his craft, and the violent end to a peaceful celebration. The verdict, when it came, was swift and certain. In the eyes of federal law, there was no ambiguity. Amos Owens was guilty on all counts. The judge, determined to make an example of the so-called cherry bounce king, delivered a sentence meant to echo through every hidden hollow in Appalachia. A long, sobering term in a federal penitentiary. And so, the law had its judgment. A man who broke the statutes was punished according to the letter of those statutes. But was it justice? For the people of Cherry Mountain, the answer was a bitter no. A system that could not distinguish between a craftsman and a criminal, that could not understand the difference between profit and survival, was not a system of justice. It was just a system of power. The gavel had fallen, but the verdict only deepened the divide between the mountains and the flatlands, leaving a scar of resentment that would not heal for a very long time. And what of the men who brought the king down? What of the federal agents, the new breed of lawmen who had turned a gentleman's game into a brutal war? You might expect a story like this to end with them meeting some form of mountain justice, a karmic balancing of the scales. But the world, especially the world of government and law, rarely works like a folk ballad. The men who led the raid on Cherry Mountain didn't face consequences. They received commendations. From their perspective, and from the perspective of their superiors in Washington, the operation was a resounding success. They had targeted the most famous, most defiant moonshiner in the state, and had dismantled his empire in a single afternoon. They had enforced federal law, quelled a riot, and sent a clear, unambiguous message to every distiller operating in the shadows. In their reports, Amos Owens was a criminal mastermind, and they were the brave heroes who had restored order. They were rewarded with promotions, with praise, and with the satisfaction of a job well done. They were gears in a vast, impersonal machine, and that machine had just proven its power. Their victory, however, was a sterile one. They had won the battle, but in doing so, they had salted the earth of the battlefield. They didn't end moonshining in the mountains, they just made it quieter, more secretive, and more deeply entangled with a culture of resentment. They had created a martyr. For every large public still they smashed, a dozen smaller hidden ones were built in its place, their operators now working with a grim determination born of hatred for the law. The government had proven it could crush one man, but it had also proven that it had no understanding of the people it was trying to govern. The fate of the antagonist, the system, was to grow larger and more powerful, yet more alienated than ever from the heart of the nation it claimed to serve. And that, in its own way, is a kind of failure that no commendation can erase. Years passed, as they do in the mountains, smoothing the sharp edges of memory like water over stone. Amos Owens eventually walked out of the federal penitentiary, a free man, but no longer a king. He was an old man now, the fire that had once burned so brightly banked to a low, quiet coal. He returned to Cherry Mountain, but the kingdom was gone. He lived out the rest of his days quietly, a living ghost of his former self, surrounded by the silence of a legacy that was too grand and too painful to speak of aloud. The name Owens became a kind of mountain ghost itself, a name that carried the weight of both glory and ruin. His descendants were left to navigate a world that saw them as the children of a legend, and legends cast long, cold shadows. Some moved away, hoping to build lives free from the constant echo of their famous ancestors' rise and fall. Those who stayed lived quieter lives, becoming farmers and laborers, their hands in the soil instead of in the corn mash. The grand dynasty of the Cherry Bounce King ended with him. The recipe was lost to time, and the art died with the artisan. The community healed, but like any deep wound, it left a permanent scar. The great roaring celebrations on Cherry Mountain were never spoken of loudly again. They passed into the realm of myth, a story old men would tell their grandsons with a sad shake of their heads, a cautionary tale about a time when giants walked the earth and were struck down by lightning from a distant government. The open, proud defiance that Amos had championed was buried under a heavy blanket of silence. Moonshining continued, of course, but it was driven deeper into the darkest hollows, a grim business of survival, not a craft of celebration. In the vacuum left by Amos' fall, the power dynamics of the region shifted. With the king deposed, the kingdom fractured. The era of the grand festive moonshiner was over. It was replaced by a new generation who worked in fear and dealt in violence. Men who didn't command the respect of their community and saw the law not as a rival, but as an enemy to be met with deadly force. The government, in its attempt to stamp out a folk hero, had inadvertently created a landscape ripe for common criminals. They had traded a charismatic king for 100 petty warlords, and the mountains became a more dangerous, less honorable place because of it. If you go to Rutherford County today and mention the name Amos Owens, you won't be met with a blank stare. His name is as much a part of the landscape as Cherry Mountain itself, the peak that still bears his story. You can visit his final resting place, a weathered tombstone that states the simple facts of his birth and death, but tells nothing of the fire that burned in between. Some old-timers claim that if you know just where to look, deep in the woods on the mountain slope, you can find the faint outline of a foundation, the scattered stones that were once the hearth of a king. But what people really search for on that mountain isn't stone, it's treasure. The most enduring myth of Amos Owens is that he never trusted banks. The considerable profits from his 60-year career, the story goes, were packed into mason jars and iron pots and buried in secret caches all over the mountain. To this day, the legend of the Cherry Bounce King's fortune persists. Treasure hunters, armed with metal detectors and old maps, still comb those slopes, digging in the red clay, hoping to unearth a piece of the outlaw's legacy. More enduring than any buried treasure, though, are the stories. In the telling, the hard edges of the man have been worn smooth by time. He is remembered not as the tax evader who sparked a riot, but as the generous king who held a feast for his people. He's become a Robin Hood of the Blue Ridge, a symbol of defiance against an unjust system. His story is told as a cautionary tale to children about the dangers of pride, but it's told with a wink and a smile, a clear undercurrent of admiration for the man who dared to stand his ground. And that is why his ghost still walks these mountains. It's not the spirit of a man, but the spirit of an idea. The name Amos Owens has become an echo of that old, unbending mountain code of independence. To speak his name is to speak of a time when a man could declare his own land a sovereign nation and rule it with generosity and an iron will. He is the physical embodiment of the stubborn, defiant, and fiercely loyal character that defines the very soul of Appalachia. Amos Owens. The man has been dust for over a century. But the spirit of the Cherry Bounce King, that spirit is as potent and intoxicating as the liqueur he once brewed. It's woven into the very fabric of those hills, a permanent reminder that some men are too big for the laws of their time. For better or for worse, he still haunts the mountains. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, standing at the foot of that old mountain. Was Amos Owens a hero or a villain? The law has its simple answer. He was a criminal, a tax evader who paid the price for his crimes. His people have theirs. He was a king, a generous folk hero who stood up for their way of life. But the truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more human. Amos Owens wasn't a hero or a villain. He was a relic of a dying age, a man whose mountain code was being crushed by the relentless march of a modern nation. In the end, the Ballad of Amos Owens is a story about pride. It was a pride as pure and potent as the whiskey he distilled. It drove him to master his craft, to provide for his family, and to build a community around the fire of his generosity. But that same unbending pride made him blind. It blinded him to the changing world. It made him deaf to the warnings of those who loved him, and it demanded a sacrifice that was not his alone to make. His greatest strength, that absolute refusal to bow, became the fatal flaw that brought his entire kingdom crashing down into the dirt. He was a man who stood for the timeless values of independence, craftsmanship, and community. But he stood so tall that he became a target, and in his fall, he reminds us that even the strongest oak on the mountain can be felled by the patient axe of the outside world. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Cherry Bounce King, a man who would give away his finest liquor for free, but would not surrender a single drop of his pride to any law under heaven. Here, on the banks of the Nolichucky River, the water still speaks in the old tongue of the mountains. It tumbles over rocks that have seen empires rise and fall, and it whispers through trees that remember a time when this was the very edge of the world. It was here, in this misty East Tennessee valley, that a man came and took the river's name for his own, branding himself into the landscape forever. They called him Nolichucky Jack. But was he a hero, a rebel, or a king in buckskin? Today, we're going to follow the current back in time, because these waters hold a story of fire, blood, and ambition that shaped the very soul of Appalachia. Let's go back to 1773. Imagine this valley not as a quiet, settled place, but as the raw, bleeding edge of a new continent. This was a world of towering hardwoods and shadow-filled hollows, where the law was whatever a man could enforce with a long rifle and a steady hand. The settlements here, places like Watauga and Holston, weren't towns. They were clusters of raw log cabins huddled together for warmth and safety, islands in a vast, untamed wilderness. This was land that was promised by God, but forbidden by a king across the ocean, and more importantly, it was the ancestral hunting ground of the Cherokee. Into this crucible walked John Sevier. He wasn't born of these mountains. He was a man from Virginia with a hunger for land that was sharper than any axe. When he arrived and built his home on the Nolichucky, he didn't look like a mountain-born brawler. He was handsome, charming, with a gaze that could disarm a rival or win the loyalty of a stranger in a single glance. He had the easy smile of a man who knew deep in his bones that you'd follow him, that you'd trust him with your life. But those who looked closer saw something else. Beneath the charisma was a core of cold, hard steel. This wasn't just a farmer looking for a homestead. This was a born leader, a speculator, a man who saw this forbidden land not just as a home, but as an empire in the making. He was building a life here with his wife and children, but every nail he hammered was an act of defiance against a distant government and a declaration of war against the people who had called this place home for centuries. The air itself was thick with tension. To the west, Cherokee leaders like Dragging Canoe watched the endless stream of settlers and swore a blood oath to drive them back across the mountains. To the east, the whispers of rebellion against the British Crown were growing into a roar. Sevier and his neighbors were caught in the middle, squatters on stolen land, poised on the brink of a war that would force them to choose a side. They had come seeking freedom, but they had found themselves in a powder keg, and John Sevier was the man holding the match. To really understand what forged John Sevier from a simple settler into a legend, you can't just look at maps or read treatises. You have to feel the weight of the times. I'm holding a piece of that weight right here in my hands. It's a trade tomahawk, the kind that were mass-produced in English foundries. The iron head is simple, brutal, and efficient. The hickory handle is smooth from a century of handling. It feels cold, balanced, and deadly. But this isn't just an antique weapon. This is a political document written in steel. When the revolution began, the British had a strategy for their southern frontier: turn the mountains red. They funneled weapons like this one to the Cherokee and other tribes, encouraging them to attack the rebellious settlements. For the British, it was a calculated move in a global war. But for the families living in those isolated cabins, it meant this object became a symbol of their worst nightmares. It was the face of a war that didn't happen on distant battlefields, but on their own doorsteps. This simple tool forces us to ask a visceral question, one that cuts through the pages of history. What happens when the world outside your thin wooden walls is consumed by fire and screams? What does a man like John Sevier do when he's looking over the palisade of a besieged fort and sees a young woman running for her life, with a weapon just like this one slicing through the air right behind her? When the revolution finally broke, it wasn't a glorious affair of flags and cannons on the frontier. It was a wave of pure terror. The British strategy was simple and brutal. They would unleash their allies, the Cherokee, upon the settlements. The war had come to the mountains, and it came on silent, moccasined feet, armed with English steel. Suddenly, every rustle in the woods, every shadow at dusk, could mean death. Cabins were burned, families scattered, and the survivors fled to the flimsy security of their forts. At Fort Watauga, the air was thick with the stench of fear and gunpowder. Hundreds of Cherokee warriors, led by the brilliant and implacable Dragging Canoe, materialized from the forest and laid siege to the crude wooden walls. Inside, John Sevier was no longer just a landowner. He was a commander, responsible for the lives of every man, woman, and child huddled within. The siege was a grinding nightmare of sniper fire, of terrifying war cries that echoed through the night, a constant reminder that death was only a few feet of log wall away. It was during this chaos that the legend of Nolichucky Jack was truly born. A young woman, Catherine Sherrill, was caught outside the walls when the attack began. As she sprinted across the cleared ground toward the fort, she was a lone figure of desperation. She could hear the footsteps pounding behind her, could feel the nearness of her pursuers. A tomahawk, a weapon just like this one, its polished edge glinting in the sun, whizzed past her ear and thudded into the gate just as she reached it. It was barred shut. For a heart-stopping second, her hope died. But from the top of the wall, John Sevier had seen it all. As Catherine, in a final act of pure will, leapt for the top of the palisade, his hands shot out, grabbing her arms and hauling her over the edge to safety. In that single breathtaking moment, Sevier became more than a man. He became a protector, a hero. The seeds of conflict, sown by a distant king, had just bloomed into a very personal war for him, and that heroic rescue planted the seeds of a love story that would itself become a cornerstone of Appalachian folklore. History books can give you the dates and the names, but they can't give you the soul of a story. For that, you have to talk to the people who are its living keepers. My search for the soul of the King's Mountain story led me to the back room of a county historical society, a place that smelled of old paper and cedar. It's there I met a local historian, a man in his 80s whose family had been in these hills since before Tennessee was even a dream. His name isn't important. What is important is that the stories of this place run in his blood. I asked him about Major Ferguson's threat. Why did it light such a fire? Why march over a frozen mountain on what looked like a suicide mission? He leaned back in his creaky wooden chair and gave me a look that said I was asking the wrong question entirely. "You have to understand," he said, his voice a low Appalachian rumble. "Ferguson didn't threaten an army. there was no army. He threatened their hearthstones. He explained that these weren't soldiers who answered to a distant general. They were clans. They were families. Their loyalty was to the man whose land bordered their own, to the neighbor who helped them raise a barn. When Patrick Ferguson promised to hang their leaders and lay their country waste with fire and sword, it wasn't a threat of war. It was a promise of annihilation aimed directly at their wives, their children, and their homes. "My great-great-great-uncle was there," the old man continued, tapping a weathered finger on a map. "Family law says he was plowing a field when the rider came with the news. He didn't even unhitch the mule. He just dropped the reins, walked into his cabin, took his long rifle from over the fireplace, and told his wife he'd be back when it was done." That single image, passed down through generations, tells you more than any history book. This wasn't a political calculation. It was a personal insult, a blood feud declared on an entire people. And it was an insult that could only be answered one way. Major Patrick Ferguson's threat was a spark on dry tinder. It wasn't heard in a government hall. It was carried by riders from one isolated settlement to the next, a whispered promise of hellfire that spread through the mountains like a contagion of rage. This wasn't a challenge to an army. It was a personal insult, a vow to burn out the very heart of the over-mountain people. And in that moment, something shifted in the soul of the frontier. The time for talk was over. The time for defense was over. This was now a hunt. The gathering at Sycamore Shoals was not a military muster, it was a human flood. Men poured out of the hollows and down from the ridges, their faces set like stone. They were a rough-hewn army, clad in buckskin and homespun, their only uniform a shared fury. Their weapon was the American long rifle, a tool of subsistence that had become an instrument of vengeance. They left their plows in the field, their harvests in the barn, and their families with a grim promise to return. In the center of this storm of men stood John Sevier. Alongside Isaac Shelby, he was the axis around which this whole desperate enterprise turned. He didn't need to give speeches. His presence was enough. He moved through the camp, his piercing gaze meeting the eyes of farmers and hunters, transforming their individual anger into a singular, deadly purpose. He was one of them, but he was also more. He was the embodiment of their defiance. The decision was made. They would not wait for Ferguson to bring his fire and sword to them. They would take the war to him. They would do the unthinkable, march over the high, snow-dusted peaks of the Appalachians, leaving their own homes vulnerable to hunt down a superior British force. This was the point of no return. As they turned their faces east and began their climb into the freezing autumn air, they were no longer just settlers. They were an avalanche of buckskin and fury, and they would not stop until they had buried Ferguson and his army on a mountain of his own choosing. Today, Kings Mountain is a place of profound peace. You can walk the paved trails, hear the wind rustling the leaves, and read the solemn granite monuments that mark the place where a battle turned the tide of a war. But the true evidence, the real scar left on this landscape, isn't carved in stone. It's the land itself. You have to leave the path and feel the ground under your feet to understand what happened here. This isn't a mountain in the way you might imagine. It's a long, steep-sided ridge that rises abruptly from the surrounding country. When Major Ferguson brought his loyalist army up here, he thought he had found the perfect fortress. From this high ground, he could see in every direction, and he believed no army could assault such a steep, rugged slope. He was so confident, he reportedly boasted that he was king of this mountain, and that God Almighty and all the rebels out of hell could not drive him from it. He saw a fortress. He failed to understand that he was choosing a tomb, right here. Stand at the bottom of the slope and look up. You can feel the steepness in your legs and your lungs. This is where it happened. Ferguson's men were arrayed on the cleared summit, a perfect target against the skyline. But the over-mountain men didn't attack in formation. They used the dense woods on these slopes for cover, melting between the very trees that still stand here today. Each of these ancient oaks, each of these weathered rock outcroppings, became a silent testament to the chaos of that day. This whole ridge became a killing jar, and the over-mountain men were about to seal the lid. It began with a sound that was not quite human. From the base of the mountain on all sides, a terrifying chorus of whoops and yells erupted from the trees, the sound of panthers, of wolves, of men who had become something primal. The over-mountain men didn't march. They swarmed up the wooded slopes, a relentless tide of buckskin and iron will. It was a kind of warfare the British had never truly understood. For every volley of musketry the Loyalists fired down the hill, hitting little more than bark and shadow. A dozen puffs of white smoke would answer from the trees below. The crack of the long rifles was sharp, personal. Each one was a sentence of death delivered from an unseen judge. A man in a bright red coat would be reloading on the summit, and then he would simply fold, vanishing into the chaos. The Loyalists charged with bayonets, a wave of disciplined steel meant to break any line, but there was no line to break. The frontiersmen just melted back into the forest, letting the charge pass, only to rise up on their flanks and rear, their rifles speaking again and again. The fortress had become a slaughter pen. Above the din, Major Ferguson's silver whistle could be heard, a shrill, piercing note trying to impose order on pure chaos. He rode his white horse back and forth across the summit, a magnificent, defiant target rallying his crumbling lines. For an hour, the mountain was consumed by a storm of lead and fury. The air grew heavy and acrid with the smell of gunpowder. The roar of battle was continuous, a deafening drumbeat of rifle fire, screams and war cries. Then, suddenly, the silver whistle fell silent. The man on the white horse, who had seemed invincible just moments before, reeled in his saddle. He swayed for a moment, a stunned look on his face, before sliding to the ground. With his fall, the last bit of fight drained from the Loyalist force. White handkerchiefs began to appear, tied to the ends of ramrods and held aloft in surrender. The shooting didn't stop immediately. The raw fury that had carried them over a frozen mountain demanded a final terrible price. But soon, a new sound replaced the gunfire, the triumphant, breathless roar of men who knew they had just broken the back of the British war in the south. After the gun smoke clears, the ink begins to flow. This is a copy of the official report on the Battle of King's Mountain, written by the commanders and sent to the Continental Congress. It's written in the formal, looping script of the 18th century, and its language is as detached as the battle itself was intimate and brutal. It talks of troop movements, of casualties, and of objectives secured. It describes the battle in a single, sanitized phrase: a sharp conflict. A sharp conflict. Those three words are the cold ashes left over from a raging fire. There is no mention in this dry report of the war cries that echoed through the trees, or the raw fury of men avenging a threat against their homes. The official record doesn't tell you about the terror in the eyes of the Loyalists as they were swarmed from all sides, or the grim satisfaction of the frontiersmen as they won. The paperwork of war is always a ghost of the real thing, a sterile summary that strips away the blood and the humanity. And this is where the story of John Sevier takes its most important turn. In this document, he is a hero of the new United States, a loyal officer serving the cause of liberty. But what this paper trail doesn't show is what was happening in Sevier's own mind. He had just seen how power was won, not in distant congresses, but by the will of determined men with rifles in their hands. As he rode home over the mountains, a hero of continental fame, he wasn't just thinking about the war he had won, he was thinking about the kingdom he was about to build. The official record sealed his legend as a patriot, but it was a title he was already preparing to betray. The hero returned from King's Mountain not just to a home, but to a vacuum of power. North Carolina, broke and exhausted from the war, ceded its western lands to the federal government, effectively abandoning the over-mountain settlements. Left without courts, laws, or protection, the people did what they had always done. They took matters into their own hands. In 1784, they declared themselves a new, independent state, the state of Franklin, and there was only one man they would trust to be its governor, John Sevier. For a brief, shining moment, Nolichucky Jack was a king in his own right, ruling over a renegade republic carved out of the wilderness. But the law, however distant, has a long memory. North Carolina quickly regretted its decision and reasserted its claim, creating chaos. Two governments now claimed the same land. The conflict became a bitter personal feud between Sevier and a man named John Tipton, a former brother-in-arms from Kings Mountain who now led the North Carolina Loyalist faction. This wasn't a political debate, it was a civil war in miniature, a clash of two frontier titans who refused to bend. The breaking point came in the dead of winter. Tipton's faction, acting for North Carolina, seized some of Sevier's enslaved people as payment for back taxes. For Sevier, this was the ultimate insult. Enraged, he raised a small army and laid siege to Tipton's farm. The Battle of Franklin was a tragic farce played out in a blizzard. For days, the two sides traded insults and gunfire from behind fences and trees until a surprise attack by Tipton's reinforcements shattered Sevier's force. The state of Franklin collapsed in the snow and mud, and its governor was now a wanted man. The law's pursuit began. The hero of Kings Mountain was now a fugitive, hiding in the very mountains that had once hailed him as their savior. He was hunted by the government of North Carolina, the state he had once defended so ferociously. The cheers of victory were replaced by the quiet footsteps of a man on the run, a king with no kingdom, charged with the high crime of treason. Eventually, the law caught up with him. He wasn't captured in a blaze of glory, but arrested quietly, a shocking humiliation for a man of his stature. They put him in irons. Imagine that sight. Nolichucky Jack, the Indian fighter, the revolutionary commander, being hauled back over the mountains not as a hero, but as a common felon. The tense journey ended at the courthouse in Morganton, North Carolina, where he was to be tried for his life. But as he stood before the court, a different kind of justice arrived. A mob of his armed followers stormed the building, freed him from his captors, and set him back on his horse. The official verdict was never delivered, because the people of the frontier had already delivered their own. John Sevier simply rode away, a free man, proving that in Appalachia, the loyalty of the people could be a law unto itself. To find the final chapter of this story, you have to visit two very different pieces of ground. The first is here, on the lawn of the old Knox County Courthouse, in the heart of the city he helped build. A grand stone monument marks the final resting place of John Sevier. It proclaims him a hero, a patriot, the first governor of the state of Tennessee. He lies here in a place of ultimate public honor, celebrated as a founding father. But as you stand here, you can't help but feel the paradox. This is the grave of a man who was once arrested, put in irons, and charged with high treason. To understand the other side of that conflict, you have to travel a few miles away to a quieter place. Here, on the rolling farmland that was once his home, lies John Tipton. His grave is simple, solid, unyielding, much like the man himself who stood for the law when it was unpopular and faced down the most famous man on the frontier. He rests on the very land he defended, the homestead that Sevier himself once besieged. They lie just a county apart now, enemies in life, neighbors in death. The man who upheld the law rests on his private farm, while the rebel who defied him is enshrined in the town square. This stark contrast, written in granite and soil, is the final, silent testament to their long and bitter feud. It forces us to ask the most crucial question of all. What happened in the years after the guns fell silent? How did the fugitive Nolichucky Jack not only escape justice, but rise from the ashes of his failed state to become the most powerful man in Tennessee? The long shadow of his failed state hung over John Sevier, but he was a man who thrived in the half-light. After his dramatic rescue, he was still technically a fugitive, a traitor in the eyes of North Carolina. But in the mountains and hollows of his homeland, he was simply Nolichucky Jack, their leader, protected by a fierce loyalty that no law could penetrate. He was a political ghost they couldn't exorcise. So what does a man do when his kingdom has crumbled and his enemies hold all the legal cards? He finds a new game to play. And this is where Sevier's story takes a dark, secretive turn. A desperate man, he began a clandestine correspondence with Spanish diplomats. He hinted that the frustrated people of the frontier, feeling abandoned by the United States, might be willing to secede entirely and place themselves under the protection of the King of Spain in exchange for free navigation of the Mississippi River. Was it genuine treason? Or was it the shrewdest political bluff in American history? A move designed to force the young United States to finally pay attention to its western frontier. The truth is buried with him, but it shows a man willing to risk everything to protect his interests and regain his power. Meanwhile, North Carolina faced a dilemma. They couldn't arrest Sevier. His followers would simply free him again. They couldn't ignore him. His influence was too great. They couldn't defeat him, so they did the only thing they could. They embraced him. In a stunning act of political pragmatism, they issued a full pardon for his treason. Then, they went a step further. They elected the rebel leader to their own state senate. It was a masterstroke. By bringing him into the system, they neutralized him as an outlaw. But they had underestimated Nolichucky Jack. He wasn't neutralized. He was legitimized. He took his seat in the government that had once hunted him and used his new position, combined with his undiminished popularity back home, to fight for the one thing he always wanted, a new state. But this time, done the right way. He outmaneuvered every opponent, trading his buckskin jacket for a politician's coat without ever losing the grit of the frontiersman. When Tennessee was finally granted statehood in 1796, there was no debate, no question about who would lead it. The election of John Sevier as its first governor wasn't a political victory. It was a coronation. The rebel king was dead. Long live the governor. And that's where the story gets complicated, because even today, John Sevier isn't one man, he's two. The first Sevier is the one written in stone and bronze, the man on the monument. This is Nolichucky Jack the hero, the father of Tennessee, the fearless Indian fighter who protected the fledgling settlements from annihilation. To this day, if you ask the descendants of the Over-Mountain men, they will tell you he was a patriot who risked everything at Kings Mountain and a statesman who carved a civilization from a savage wilderness. This is the Sevier of public record and popular legend. But then there's the other John Sevier. This is the man whose story isn't written on monuments, but whispered in the shadows of history. To understand this Sevier, you have to stand on the other side of the Nolichucky River, on the land that was once the sovereign territory of the Cherokee Nation. From that perspective, Sevier wasn't a hero. He was the leading edge of an invasion. He wasn't a protector. He was a conqueror. Every acre of land he settled was an acre of land he took. His 35 battles weren't heroic skirmishes. They were a relentless campaign of ethnic cleansing. And it wasn't just about land for a home. The second Sevier was a ruthless speculator, a man whose patriotism and personal profit were always tangled together. His renegade state of Franklin looks less like a noble experiment in democracy and more like a massive land grab, an attempt to secure his and his cronies' illegal claims. His flirtation with Spain wasn't a bluff. It was the act of a man whose ultimate loyalty was to his own ambition. So who was the real Nolichucky Jack? Was he the courageous patriot or the greedy opportunist? The community builder or the dispossessor of a people? The truth is, he was all of it. He was a man who contained the violent, contradictory, and deeply flawed soul of the American frontier itself. And to this day in Appalachia, the version of the story you hear still depends entirely on which side of the mountain your family came from. When a man's life is as large and loud as John Sevier's, it doesn't just end when he's laid in the ground. It seeps into the soil. It becomes part of the mist that hangs in the hollows. The hard facts of his life, the battles, the politics, the betrayals, began to soften over the decades, smoothed over by time like river stones, until a new shape emerged, the shape of a legend. The most powerful legends are often the ones people needed to be true. Take the story that he fought in over 30 battles and was never once wounded. Historically, it's an incredible feat of luck and skill. But in the telling and retelling around a hearthfire, it became something more. It became proof. In a world of constant, random violence, where a snakebite or a fever could kill as surely as a tomahawk, the belief that their leader was untouchable, that he was shielded by Providence itself, wasn't just a story. It was a shield for their own hearts. But every bright legend casts a long shadow. There's another kind of story you'll hear in East Tennessee, one told in a hushed voice after the children are in bed. They say that on certain nights, when the moon is hidden and the river fog is thick, you can still hear the echoes of his forgotten wars down by the Nolichucky. They say it isn't Sevier's ghost you have to worry about. It's the ghosts of those he fought, the Cherokee spirits still bound to the land he took, their whispers of anger and loss carried on the water. It became a cautionary tale, a way for the mountains themselves to remember the price that was paid for the state he built. And so, the man became a myth. He is both the invincible hero protected by heaven and the haunted figure whose deeds left unquiet spirits in his wake. The history books tell you what John Sevier did, but it's the folklore, the ghost stories, and the tall tales whispered from one generation to the next that tell you how the mountains remember him. So we find ourselves back where we started, here on the banks of the Nolichucky. The river still speaks its ancient language, tumbling over the same stones, but we hear it differently now. We can no longer see this as just a quiet valley. We see the ghosts. We see the raw frontier, the smoke of the cabin, and the determined figure of a man who took the river's name and made it his own, bending a wilderness to his will. The journey to understand John Sevier is to understand that our heroes are never simple. It's easy to want the man on the monument to be the whole story, a flawless patriot cast in bronze. But the Appalachian frontier was no place for simple men. It demanded men who were as complex and contradictory as the land itself, men who could be both courageous and cruel, builders and destroyers, heroes and villains, sometimes all in the space of a single day. Sevier wasn't a good man who did bad things, or a bad man who did good things. He was a man of his time, and his time was a storm. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or see an old name carved into a county courthouse, remember that it's not just a pile of stones or a word on a map. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the brutal choices that define us. The story of Nolichucky Jack is a reminder that our history is not a clean, straight line. It's a tangled, bloody, and glorious thicket, and it's in those shadows and contradictions that the truest stories are found. The people are gone. The houses are gone. The world they fought for has vanished. But the story remains. The first shotgun blast threw her from the saddle into the cold, muddy water of the creek. She was still alive, crawling for the bank, when the second, more brutal blast tore through the air, silencing her forever. The newspapers called her the Bandit Queen, a velvet-clad phantom who rode with the James brothers and ruled the outlaws of the Indian Territory. But the truth was far messier and far more tragic than any dime novel could capture. Who would ambush a woman just 2 days shy of her 41st birthday and leave her to die in the mud? Today, we ride past the legends and the lies to find the real Belle Star, and to answer the question that still haunts that lonely patch of ground. Who pulled the trigger? Before the gun smoke and the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley, born in 1848 into a world that was anything but lawless. Her home was near Carthage, Missouri, a land of rolling green hills and fertile soil that held a promise of prosperity. Her father, Judge John Shirley, was a man of standing, a prosperous farmer and innkeeper whose family lived a life of relative comfort and respectability. They were slave owners and fierce believers in the Southern cause, their identity deeply woven into the fabric of Missouri's divided soul. This was not a world of desperate poverty that breeds outlaws. The Shirley home was a place of order and aspiration. Young Myra was not raised in a dirt-floored cabin, but was sent to the Carthage Female Academy to receive a classical education. She learned literature, rhetoric, and became an accomplished pianist. You can almost picture it. A dark-haired girl with a stubborn set to her jaw, her fingers flying across the ivory keys, filling the respectable Shirley Inn with music that seemed to hold the roughness of the frontier at bay. She was known to be bright, quick-witted, and possessed of a temper that could flash like heat lightning. She was devoted to her family, particularly to her older brother John, whom everyone called Bud. He was the pride of the family, the embodiment of young Southern manhood, and Myra adored him. In those years, her future likely seemed as clear and orderly as a line of sheet music, a good marriage, a family of her own, a life of influence within her community. But their Missouri was a border state, a land of fault lines and hidden pressures. The very inn where Myra played piano was a crossroads of whispers and arguments. Men passing through spoke of states' rights, of abolitionists, of a nation tearing itself apart at the seams. For the Shirleys, these were not abstract political debates. They were matters of honor, identity, and survival. Every traveler brought news that seemed to darken the sky just a little bit more. The world of Myra Maybelle Shirley, the world of piano lessons, family pride, and Southern gentility, was a fragile one. It was a stately home built on the edge of a volcano. Little did she know that the gathering storm of civil war would not just knock at their door, but blow it clean off its hinges, consuming her brother, destroying her family's fortune, and setting her own feet on a path of rebellion from which she would never turn back. To understand the fire that burned in Belle Starr, you have to understand the land that shaped her. Missouri in the 1850s was not a place of settled peace. It was a powder keg with a short fuse. It was a border state, a place where the deep South culture of the Shirleys, built on land and slaveholding, clashed daily with the free state ideals of their northern neighbors. For families like hers, their property wasn't just soil and buildings. It was a testament to a way of life they believed was righteous, a legacy they would defend with their blood. The Civil War was the spark that ignited that powder keg. This wasn't a conflict of distant armies marching under grand flags. In Missouri, it was a savage, intimate war fought in farmyards and on lonely country roads. It was a war of bushwhackers and jayhawkers, where your neighbor could be your executioner. This was the old scar that would never truly heal, a wound that split communities and families down to the bone. For the Shirleys, there was no question which side they were on. They were Confederates through and through. The weight of the Shirley name now demanded more than just respectability. It demanded action. And it was Myra's beloved brother Bud who would carry that burden into the fight. He didn't join a regular army. He joined a band of Confederate irregulars under the command of the infamous William Quantrill. Riding alongside him were other angry young farm boys whose names would later be written in blood and legend, the James brothers and the Younger Boys. Bud Shirley became a guerrilla, a shadow warrior in a war with no rules. For Myra, this wasn't politics, it was family. Her brother was fighting for their home, for their honor, against an invading force. When Union troops finally caught up with Bud in 1864 and killed him, it wasn't an act of war in her eyes. It was murder. The Union and the entire system of law and government it represented became the sworn enemy of her clan. The feud wasn't with another family over a property line, it was with the United States of America. Her grief hardened into a cold, lifelong vow of defiance. The seeds of the Bandit Queen were planted right there in the blood-soaked soil of Missouri. Long before the war ended, the Shirley Inn had become more than just a resting place for travelers. It was a safe house, a quiet harbor for the Confederacy's most daring and dangerous guerrilla fighters.
You have to understand, men like Jesse James and Cole Younger weren't just abstract legends passing through. They were Bud's friends. They were boys Myra knew, young men who sat in her family's parlor, listening to her play the piano while their Colts rested heavy on their hips. Her music was the only moment of peace in their world of ambush and reprisal, and this shared experience forged a bond of loyalty that ran deeper than any law. When the war was lost and the Shirleys were forced to relocate to Syene, Texas, they carried those old loyalties and grudges with them like family heirlooms. They were surrounded by other displaced Southern families, all of them nursing the bitter wound of defeat. In this world, the new Reconstruction-era lawmen weren't seen as protectors. They were seen as occupiers, the enforcers of a victor's justice. A man's worth was judged not by his adherence to this new law, but by his loyalty to the old cause.
Whispers travel like wildfire in a place like that, and they clung to Myra Maybelle Shirley. Her association with the Younger clan was common knowledge, and the rumors of a youthful romance with the handsome Cole Younger followed her everywhere. It didn't matter if it was true. What mattered was the perception. She was marked, seen as part of that defiant, dangerous world. She wasn't just Judge Shirley's educated daughter anymore. She was the girl who kept company with outlaws, a woman who understood their codes and shared their enemies. This web of associations poisoned the air, turning small disagreements into matters of life and death. When Myra fell for Jim Reed, it was no surprise that he was one of their own, another former bushwhacker, a man who knew the taste of battle and had no love for the authorities. Her family objected, seeing in Reed the violence and uncertainty that had already cost them a son. But Myra's defiance was absolute. Marrying him was an act of choosing her side once and for all. The ground was now perfectly fertile for conflict. The community was a tinderbox of Civil War resentments. Myra's own reputation was already stained with the smoke of rebellion, and she had bound her fate to a man who saw the law as an obstacle to be overcome, not a shield to hide behind. The stage was set, the players were in place, and the air was thick with the certainty that trouble wasn't just coming. It was already there, waiting for its moment. The dream of a quiet life died hard under the relentless Texas sun. For a time, Jim Reed tried to beat his past into a plowshare, to work the stubborn soil and be the farmer Myra's family had wanted. But the land held no promise for him, and the quiet life felt more like a cage than a sanctuary. There was a restlessness in him, a hunger for the old thrill, the easy money, and the simple, brutal clarity of a fight. Myra, sharp as she was, saw it in his eyes. She saw the farmer fading and the ghost of the bushwhacker growing stronger with each passing day. The human omen arrived not as a single stranger, but as a clan. They were the Stars, a notorious Cherokee family who lived by their own laws in the wild Indian territory. When they came to visit Jim, it was like a change in the weather. They were men who moved with a different rhythm, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon, their hands never straying far from their belts. They spoke in low tones about fast horses, fat cattle that belonged to other men, and lawmen who could be outrun or outgunned. In their presence, Myra could see the change in her husband. The slump of the weary farmer left his shoulders, replaced by the coiled readiness of a predator. Their whispers and laughter late into the night sounded like a prophecy of doom to her. This wasn't the rebellion of a Southerner against the Union anymore. This was the siren song of pure outlawry, and Jim was listening with his entire soul. She must have felt a cold dread settle deep in her gut. This was the moment of decision, the fork in the road she could see as plainly as a line in the dust. She had chosen a dangerous man, hoping she could tame him, but now his world was coming to claim him back. Every clink of a whiskey bottle, every quiet cleaning of a revolver was a sign. It was the feeling of standing on a cliff edge, knowing that the man she loved was about to take a step and drag her over it with him. The time for farming was over. The quiet life in Texas didn't just fade away, it was executed. The news didn't arrive as a whisper on the wind, but as a formal warrant carrying the name of Jim Reed. And the charge wasn't for rustling a few head of cattle or running whiskey, it was for murder. A man lay dead, shot down during a dispute over money, and the law said Jim Reed was the one who killed him. The dream of the farm was over, drowned in another man's blood. For Myra, this was the moment the earth opened up beneath her feet. She was standing at a crossroads, and both paths led through hell. One path was to follow the law of the state, the same law that wore the blue uniform of the men who had killed her brother. To follow that path meant turning her back on her husband, the father of her children, and surrendering him to his enemies for judgment. In her world, that wasn't justice, it was the ultimate betrayal. The other path led deeper into the shadows. It meant choosing her clan over the law, loyalty over respectability. It meant accepting that her husband was a killer and deciding to stand by him, to protect him, to become his accomplice. There, in the harsh Texas sunlight, with the wanted poster acting as a death warrant, Myra Maybelle Reed made her choice. She chose blood. She chose her own. Her reaction wasn't fear, but a cold, hard resolve. The anger she had nursed since her brother's death now had a new focus. The law wasn't a faceless entity anymore. It was a hunter, and its prey was her husband. From that moment on, they were no longer just a family struggling to get by. They were fugitives. Every knock on the door, every stranger on the road was a potential threat. The conflict was no longer a matter of old grudges. It was an open war, a daily struggle for survival. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they had stained her life forever. It happened on a cold February day in 1889, just 2 days before her 41st birthday. She was riding home from a neighbor's house, the path toward Younger's Bend as familiar to her as the lines on her own hand. The air was still, the winter woods quiet. The only sound was the steady rhythm of her horse's hooves on the hard-packed dirt trail. And then, that rhythm was shattered. The sound of the first shotgun blast was a physical thing, a brutal roar that ripped through the silence of the hollow. It echoed off the bare trees and sent a flock of birds screaming into the sky. Her horse, terrified, reared violently, and the saddle was suddenly, unnaturally empty. There was a pause then, just a few seconds that must have felt like an eternity, a moment of agonizing stillness. Then a second, more deliberate blast followed, its report even uglier than the first. And after that, there was only a profound, ringing silence. Later, it was the horse that brought the first news of the tragedy. It came galloping back to the cabin at Younger's Bend, wild-eyed and trembling, the reins tangled, the saddle empty. It was a message of disaster that needed no words. The men who saw it knew instantly that something terrible had happened out on that lonely trail. When they followed the horse's tracks back, they found her. She was lying at the edge of the muddy creek crossing shed, ridden through 1,000 times. The cold, grey water swirled around her, indifferent to the scene. There were no witnesses, only the churned-up mud and the chilling quiet of the woods where an assassin had hidden, waited, and vanished. Her riding habit was stained with the dark, wet earth of the creek bank. The legendary bandit queen, the woman whose name was whispered in fear and admiration from Texas to Arkansas, the friend of the James boys and the wife of Sam Starr, had not gone down in a blaze of glory. There was no grand shootout, no final defiant stand. The air still smelled of spent gunpowder. The only other evidence was the profound and terrible stillness where a life had just been. It was an execution, carried out from the shadows, a cowardly end to a life that had been anything but cowardly. The violence wasn't in the details of the wounds, it was in the deafening silence that was left behind. We will never know for certain who hid in that cold brush, but we can try to crawl inside the mind of a man who would. Let's imagine it was the prime suspect, Edgar Watson, a man with a murder warrant hanging over his head like a noose. In his mind, this wasn't an act of pure evil. It was a simple, brutal calculation.
Belle's star had become a threat to his very existence. She had discovered his secret, the crime he had run so far to escape, and she was about to turn him out. That meant the law would come sniffing around, and his life as a free man would be over. In this twisted logic, Belle wasn't a person anymore. She was a problem, a loose end that needed to be tied off permanently. He saw her not as the legendary bandit queen, but as the one person standing between him and survival. Killing her wasn't an act of passion. It was a business decision, as cold and pragmatic as shooting a lame horse. He was a cornered animal, and in his world, you did whatever it took to break out of the trap. Honor, friendship, decency, those were luxuries a man like him couldn't afford. The switch flipped the moment he realized she would not be bluffed or bought, the moment he looked into her eyes and saw that she was going to act. That was the point of transformation. His anger and fear cooled into a single, sharp point of purpose. The planning would have been methodical. He knew her routines, her paths. He would have chosen the creek crossing deliberately, a place where she would have to slow her horse, where the terrain gave him perfect cover, where the sound of the shot would be muffled by the hollow. He wasn't a raging monster. He was a patient predator setting a trap. And after the second blast tore the air, what did he feel? Not remorse, not triumph. Most likely he felt a profound and chilling sense of relief. The threat was gone. The problem was solved. As he melted back into the brush, his heart would have been beating fast, but not from guilt. It was the adrenaline of survival. His mind would already be working on the next steps. The alibi, the look of surprise on his face when he heard the news. Whether it was the cold calculation of a man like Watson, or the hot, humiliated rage of her own son, the psychology was the same. Belle had become an obstacle, and for the beast in the shadows, obstacles were meant to be removed. When the echoes of the second shot finally died, a heavy, unnatural silence fell over Younger's Bend. The discovery was as grim and undignified as the murder itself. It wasn't a posse of lawmen who found her, but her own people, led to the spot by her riderless horse. They lifted her body from the cold, clinging mud of the creek bank and carried her home. The fearsome bandit queen, the woman who had stared down Judge Parker's court, was gone. All that was left was the mortal remains of Myra Maybelle Starr, her clothes soaked and stained with the earth she had fought so hard to possess. The cabin at Younger's Bend, once a bustling sanctuary for men on the run, became a house of mourning. The whispers of outlaw plots were replaced by the stunned silence of grief. For her daughter, Pearl, the sight of her mother's body was a wound that would never heal. The shock was soon followed by a cold, burning question that settled in the air like smoke. Who had done this? And who among the men and women gathered in that very room knew more than they were saying? The fight for survival was no longer against the law. It was against the secret killer who might be standing right beside them. Word travels fast in the back country, and it wasn't long before the law arrived. Deputy marshals from Fort Smith, Judge Isaac Parker's men, rode into Younger's Bend. They were hard men, accustomed to the violence of the territory, but this was different. This was the murder of the most famous woman in their jurisdiction. They weren't just investigating a crime, they were stepping into the heart of a legend, a place built on a foundation of secrets and lies, where every neighbor had a grudge and every friend had a hidden motive. The investigation began immediately, a slow, methodical process of untangling the web of Belle's complicated life. Who were her enemies? Who owed her money? Who feared her? The list was dangerously long. A reward was posted, a paltry sum that seemed an insult to the scale of her fame. But in a land where loyalty was cheap and life was cheaper, even a small reward could be enough to loosen a tongue or point a finger. The initial chaos of rumor soon began to crystallize around one name. In the fearful whispers of neighbors and the cold calculations of the deputies, the name of Edgar Watson surfaced again and again. The tenant farmer with a secret past, the man Belle was about to evict. He had the motive, he had the opportunity, and he had the cold-blooded history.
The hunt for Belle Starr's killer now had a face and a name. Belle Starr's murder was like a stone dropped into a still pond, and the ripples of fear and suspicion spread through every isolated cabin in the territory. This wasn't a tight-knit community bound by friendship. It was a loose collection of families, fugitives, and farmers, all held together by a fragile web of convenience and mutual distrust. Her death tore that web to pieces. Instantly, invisible lines were drawn in the dirt. On one side were those loyal to Belle's memory, her family, the outlaws she had sheltered, and the neighbors who had, in their own way, respected her power. On the other side were those who had feared her, owed her money, or, like Edgar Watson, felt the sting of her wrath. When the marshals from Fort Smith began their investigation, they ran headlong into a solid wall of silence. You have to understand, in the Indian Territory, the law of Judge Parker was seen as a foreign power. The real law was the local code, and that code had one simple rule: you don't talk to outsiders. To be a snitch was a death sentence, far more certain than any verdict from a jury in Fort Smith. The deputies would ask questions, and in return they would get blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and the maddeningly simple phrase, "Don't know nothing." This wasn't just loyalty to the outlaw way, it was raw, paralyzing fear. The killer was still out there. He could be the man plowing the next field over. He could be listening from the shadows at the general store. To speak a name aloud to a lawman was to invite a shotgun blast in the dark for you and your family. People who once left their doors unbarred now checked them twice. A strange horseman on the road was no longer a traveler, but a potential threat. The law offered a reward, but the killer offered a much more immediate consequence. In this atmosphere of terror, even the smallest actions became profound statements of allegiance. True courage was rare, and it was quiet. It was the neighbor woman who left a basket of cornbread on Pearl's doorstep, a silent offering of sympathy that said, "I am with you," without speaking a word. Cowardice, however, was far more common. It was the man who, when asked about Edgar Watson's whereabouts on that fateful afternoon, suddenly found a fascinating spot on the floor to stare at. It was the providing of a vague alibi, the convenient lapse in memory, the turning of a blind eye. Every person in that hollow was forced to make a choice, and most chose the side of self-preservation, burying the truth under a thick blanket of silence. The hunt for Edgar Watson wasn't a grand, sweeping posse of righteous lawmen. It was two separate hunts, running on parallel tracks of justice and revenge. On one track were the U.S. deputy marshals, methodical and official, working for Judge Parker's court. On the other, far more dangerous track, was an unofficial posse, a ghost-like band led by Belle's new husband, Jim July Starr, and likely composed of men who had called Younger's Bend a safe haven. The lawmen wanted Watson in handcuffs. Jim July and his riders wanted him in a shallow grave. The Indian Territory in winter is a merciless landscape. It's not the soaring peaks of Appalachia, but a tangled, brutal world of its own, a maze of dense thickets, frozen swamps, and red clay mud that can suck a horse down to its belly. Watson knew this land. He was a creature of its shadows. He melted into the landscape, his trail as slippery as a water moccasin in a dark creek. For days, the hunt was a frustrating ordeal against nature itself. The marshals followed procedure, while Jim July's men followed instinct, their eyes reading the land for broken twigs and disturbed leaves that the official lawmen missed. Watson was a phantom. A farmer would report seeing a man matching his description near the Poto River, but by the time the posse arrived, he was gone, leaving nothing but a cold campfire. They were always one step behind, chasing a ghost through a wilderness that seemed designed to protect its own. The territory itself was his greatest ally. It was a place where a man on the run could find a sympathetic ear, a hot meal, and a fresh horse from someone who held their own grudge against the law at Fort Smith. Watson wasn't just one man against a posse. He was a fugitive plugged into the lawless network that thrived in those hills. The chase stretched on, the days turning into a week.
The pursuers grew weary, their supplies dwindling, their frustration mounting. They were hunting in a land of whispers and lies, where the very air seemed to conspire against them. It felt less like a manhunt and more like an exorcism, trying to drive a malevolent spirit out of a haunted land. Every cold night spent by a fire was a reminder that their quarry was out there, just as cold, just as determined, and driven by the most powerful engine of all, the will to survive. The end came not with a roar, but with a quiet click. It wasn't in a desperate firefight on a windswept ridge. The U.S.
Marshals, relentless in their pursuit, finally cornered him. Perhaps it was a tip from someone who decided the reward money was worth more than the risk, or perhaps Watson simply made a mistake. They found him holed up, exhausted, hungry, and out of options. There was no final, defiant stand. Faced with the unwavering steel of the law, Edgar Watson surrendered. The hunt in the shadows was over, but the fight for what passed for justice in that wild country was only just beginning. The air in the Fort Smith federal courtroom was thick enough to taste, a stale mix of sweat, wet wool, and cheap tobacco. This was the domain of the hanging judge, Isaac Parker, a place where the law of the United States finally sank its teeth into the wild frontier of the Indian Territory. The trial of Edgar Watson for the murder of Belle Starr was a sensation.
The public gallery was packed to the rafters with a curious and volatile mix. Sober-faced townsfolk, hard-eyed riders from the territory who watched everything with unnerving stillness, and a pack of slick reporters from the eastern papers, pencils flying, hungry for every sordid detail. Edgar Watson sat beside his lawyer, a picture of calm defiance. He wasn't a cornered, terrified animal anymore. He was clean-shaven and wore a borrowed suit, and he surveyed the courtroom with an almost imperceptible smirk. He knew the rules of this game better than any lawyer. His innocence or guilt would not be decided by facts, but by fear. He understood the code of the hills, and he was betting his life on it. The prosecution laid out its case, a carefully constructed web of circumstantial evidence. They had the motive. Belle was about to evict him, exposing him as a wanted murderer from Florida. They had the opportunity. He had no solid alibi for the time of the killing. What they didn't have was a single, credible witness. One by one, Belle's neighbors were called to the stand, and one by one, the wall of silence went up. Men who had spoken freely of their suspicions to the marshals now suffered from a crippling loss of memory. Their eyes would shift, their voices would drop to a mumble, their answers becoming a litany of, "I can't rightly say," and it was too dark to see. You can just imagine the prosecutor's mounting frustration as he watched his case dissolve under the silent, powerful gaze Watson directed at each person who took the stand. The most powerful person in that room wasn't the judge. It was the defendant. He held the lives and fears of the witnesses in his hands, and everyone knew it. They were 100 miles from their isolated cabins, but the threat felt as close as the man in the witness box. The jury was out for less than an hour. The law required them to convict beyond a reasonable doubt, and with only whispers and motive, there was doubt everywhere. The foreman stood, cleared his throat, and refused to look at Watson as he read the verdict. Not guilty. A wave of murmurs and gasps swept the room. Edgar Watson simply nodded, as if he had known the outcome all along. He stood up, a free man in the eyes of the law, and walked out of the courthouse into the sunlight. But as he passed through the crowd, a local legend says he came face to face with Belle's daughter, Pearl. Someone asked her then and there who she thought had killed her mother. Pearl, it is said, never took her eyes off Watson as she replied, her voice cold and clear, "I know who killed my mother, and so does Mr. Watson." The court of men had spoken, but out on the courthouse steps, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own chilling verdict. The verdict was a second shotgun blast, this one fired into the heart of Belle's family. For her daughter Pearl, the acquittal of Edgar Watson was an impossible betrayal. The law had failed, and the man she believed was her mother's murderer was now free to walk the same earth.
She and her brother Ed were now adrift, the anchor of their chaotic world gone. They stayed at Younger's Bend for a time, trying to hold on to the last piece of their mother's legacy, but the place was haunted. Every shadow in the woods, every creak of the cabin door was a reminder of the murder and the injustice. Eventually, the weight became too much. They drifted away, their lives following a long, sad arc away from the violence of their upbringing, seeking a peace they would never fully find. As for Edgar Watson, he left Fort Smith a free man, but he was a marked man. The court's verdict meant nothing in the territory, where Bell's friends and family held their own silent court. He knew he could never return to his farm, so he fled, becoming a wanderer, drifting from state to state, always looking over his shoulder. He couldn't escape the shadow of the Bandit Queen. For years, he was a ghost, haunted by the murder he was never convicted of. The law had acquitted him, but the court of public opinion and rumor had found him guilty. His ultimate fate is a matter of legend itself, but many say he met his end years later in another squalid dispute, his life ending as violently as the one he was accused of taking. It was a different kind of justice, slow and patient, but just as final. The community around Younger's Bend tried to forget. Forgetting was a form of self-preservation. To speak of Belle Starr's murder was to stir up ghosts and invite trouble. The story was pushed down, buried under the routines of farming and the passing of seasons. The notorious cabin at Younger's Bend, the outlaw sanctuary, slowly fell into disrepair, its timbers rotting, its stories fading into the landscape. The territory was changing. The old outlaw days were dying, and the people who lived there wanted to look forward, not back. The story became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a wild piece of local folklore. They buried the truth under a conspiracy of silence, not out of malice, but out of a desperate need for peace. But burying a story like that is like burying a seed. It doesn't die. It just waits in the darkness, ready to sprout again when someone comes along and starts digging. The name Starr didn't simply vanish into the red dirt of the territory. It echoed on, carried by her children, whose lives were forever shaped by their mother's violent end. Her son, Ed Reed, continued a life of petty crime, a pale shadow of the outlaws his mother had known, until he was killed in a saloon argument. Her daughter, Pearl, took a different path. She tried to escape the legacy, but found that the only way to survive was on the fringes of the very society that had sensationalized her mother's life. She eventually settled in Fort Smith and ran a bordello, becoming a different kind of outlaw queen, one who provided a haven not for gunslingers, but for the lonely and the lost. The most tangible trace of Belle Starr is a lonely patch of ground near the Eufaula Lake in modern-day Oklahoma, not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. There lies her grave. For years it was marked by a headstone said to have been carved by her daughter Pearl, bearing a bell, a star, and a poignant poem. Shed not for her the bitter tear, nor give the heart to vain regret. 'Tis but the casket that lies here, the gem that filled it sparkles yet. It was a daughter's attempt to reclaim the memory of her mother, to see the gem instead of the gun smoke. But even in death, the legend wouldn't let the woman rest. Over the decades, Belle Starr's grave was desecrated, plundered by treasure hunters possessed by the dime novel lies. They came searching for the twin Colt pistols they believed were buried with her, for jewels, for anything to connect them to the myth. In 1930, ghouls stole the headstone itself. Later, they even stole what was believed to be her skull. The woman's story was consumed by her own legend, her final resting place picked apart by the very sensationalism that had created her. Today, the cabin at Younger's Bend has long since rotted back into the earth. The courthouse in Fort Smith has been preserved as a museum, its walls no longer echoing with the whispers of her trial. Most of the people who live on that land now only know her name from a road sign or a local festival. But the land remembers. The wind that whispers through the blackjack oaks still carries the story. Though the people and the buildings are gone, the spirit of that violent, defiant, and tragic life remains, a permanent echo in the soil of Oklahoma. So we come back to that cold, muddy creek, and the question that still hangs in the air like winter mist: who pulled the trigger? The law books will tell you the case is unsolved, the killer never brought to justice. But the truth, as it so often does in those hills, lies in the whispers that the court refused to hear. The real killer was likely not some romantic, spurned outlaw, but a desperate man with a dark secret, ending a squalid dispute with a blast of buckshot. A pathetic, cowardly end to a life that was anything but. But perhaps the greatest lesson from this saga isn't about solving a murder. It's about how a real person, made of flesh, blood, and contradictions, can be consumed by the legend created for her. Belle Starr was not the mastermind, the velvet-clad rider leading gangs into battle. She was a woman forged in the crucible of civil war, a survivor who used her wits and her connections to build a life in a violent world dominated by violent men. She was a haven, a negotiator, a mother, and a formidable enemy. The true tragedy of Belle Starr isn't found in the manner of her death, but in the theft of her life by the myth that outlived her. This is a story of the untamable, often brutal spirit of the American frontier, and of the sensationalist press that turned real people's pain into cheap entertainment. The newspapers and dime novels gave the world a bandit queen, but in doing so, they erased the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, who lived, bled, and died in the mud of the Indian Territory. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. 2 days shy of her 41st birthday, shotgun blasts ripped through the quiet hills of the Indian Territory. She was shot in the back, a coward's ambush. The woman they called the Bandit Queen lay dead in the dirt, just feet from her own gate. The dime novels painted her as a female Jesse James, a ruthless outlaw. But that's the legend. How does a girl who mastered Greek and the piano, born to a respectable family, end her days this way? Today, we separate the truth from the lies to find the real Myra Maybelle Shirley and to ask the question that still haunts these hills: who wanted her dead? Before the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley. She wasn't born in a dusty outlaw camp, but into a life of relative comfort in Carthage, Missouri. Her father, John Shirley, was a respected farmer, innkeeper, and judge, a man of property and standing. Their home sat on the very edge of civilization, where the rolling prairies gave way to the rugged, ancient Ozark Hills. It was a land with a soul much like Appalachia's, a place of tight-knit clans, fierce independence, and memories as long and deep as the valleys themselves. The roots of that spirit ran deep in Myra's blood. Her mother, Elizabeth Hatfield Shirley, came from the same line as the notorious Hatfields of the West Virginia-Kentucky border. This wasn't just a distant relation, it was a heritage. It meant that Myra was born into a world where honor was defended with fists and firearms, where loyalty to family was the highest law, and where an insult was a debt that would one day be paid in full. This was the unwritten code of the mountains, a code she understood long before she ever read a law book. On the surface, however, Myra was being molded into a proper Southern lady. Her father sent her to the Carthage Female Academy, a place of refinement and learning. She studied the classics, mastered Greek and Latin, and could fill the Shirley home with the beautiful, complex notes of a piano sonata. She was intelligent, articulate, and poised, everything a daughter of a prominent family was expected to be. She was destined for a life of quiet dignity, of ball gowns and polite conversation. But beneath the corset and silk beat the heart of a rebel. The same girl who could quote Greek philosophers was more at home in the saddle, racing her horse through the woods with a freedom most women of her time could only dream of. She preferred the company of her older brother, Bud, and his friends, learning from them the ways of the wilderness. She could handle a shotgun with a skill that shamed grown men and knew the hidden trails of the Ozarks as if they were lines on the palm of her hand. Two worlds were at war inside this young woman: the polished, respectable world her father was building for her, and the wild, untamed world of the hills that flowed in her Hatfield blood. For a time, she could walk in both. But a storm was gathering on the horizon of America, a storm of fire and steel that would sweep across the nation, and it would force Myra Maybelle Shirley to choose, once and for all, which world she truly belonged to. Little did she know that choice would burn the life she knew to the ground. If the Ozark Hills were the anvil of Myra's character, the Civil War was the hammer that shattered it and reforged it into something hard and sharp. When the war came, it didn't just divide the nation, it ripped through Missouri, turning neighbor against neighbor in a savage guerrilla conflict. The Shirley family didn't hesitate. Their loyalty was to the Confederacy, and their home soon became a clandestine way station for the most feared Southern partisans, the Bushwhackers. Men like William Quantrill and Bloody Bill Anderson, men who fought with a cold fury, found refuge under the Shirley roof. And riding with them were boys who would become legends in their own right, the James brothers and the Younger brothers. This was the world that consumed Myra Maybelle. She saw these men not as outlaws, but as heroes defending their homes. And her greatest hero was her own brother, Edwin, whom everyone called Bud. He was everything she admired: brave, defiant, and free. When he joined the Bushwhackers, Myra's war began. The polite young lady from the academy vanished, replaced by a cunning operative for the Southern cause. Legends say she would use her charm and education to flirt with Union officers, prying information from them about troop movements, which she would then pass on to her brother and his comrades. She became a scout, a spy, a vital part of the shadow war being fought in the Missouri hills. For a time, it must have felt like a dangerous, righteous adventure. She was fighting alongside her brother, defending her family's beliefs. The risk was real, but so was the adrenaline, the sense of purpose. She was no longer just a girl playing piano, she was a player in the great bloody drama of her time. But this was no adventure, and the price of this war was about to be brought to her door in the most brutal way imaginable. In 1864, the hammer fell. Federal troops, tired of the constant raids and ambushes, hunted down Bud Shirley. He was trapped, cornered, and killed. For 16-year-old Myra, the news wasn't just devastating, it was the end of her world. The light of her life, her protector, her idol, was gone, slain by the very men she saw as foreign invaders. In that moment, her girlish patriotism and grief curdled into something far darker, a cold, permanent, all-consuming hatred. A hatred for the government, for its uniforms, for its laws. They had taken her brother, and in doing so, they had taken a part of her soul. The war might end for the country, but for Myra Shirley, it would never be over. She would spend the rest of her life fighting the victors. After the war, the Shirley family fled to Texas, seeking a new life from the ashes of the old. But for Myra, peace was a foreign country. Her heart, forged in hatred, was drawn to the fire. She found that fire in the eyes of the men who, like her brother Bud, refused to surrender. Men like the charismatic Cole Younger, a childhood friend and now a notorious outlaw. Rumors would later whisper of a passionate affair, claiming her daughter Pearl was his. It was a romantic story, but likely just that, a story. The truth, however, was no less dangerous. Her first husband was Jim Reed, another former bushwhacker who couldn't trade his pistol for a plow. With him, Myra stepped fully into the world of the outlaw. Their life was a blur of stolen horses and dodging posses, a frantic existence on the run. In this chaos, her two children, Pearl and Eddie, were born. But this was no family portrait. It was a partnership born of war and rebellion, and it was destined to end in blood. In 1874, Jim Reed's luck ran out. The news that reached Myra was cold and brutal. Her husband had been shot down, not in a blaze of glory, but by an acquaintance who valued the reward money more than friendship. At 26, Myra was a widow, a mother of two, and officially branded the accomplice of a dead bandit. This was the world she had chosen, a world with no honor among thieves. So she moved deeper into the shadows, to a place where the law of the United States was thin and the old ways were strong, the Indian Territory of Oklahoma. There, she met and married Sam Starr, a man from a proud Cherokee family. This wasn't just a marriage, it was the founding of a dynasty. On their land, tucked away in the rugged hills, they established a stronghold. It had a name that was a tribute to her old friends and a warning to her new enemies: Younger's Bend. Younger's Bend wasn't a ranch. It was a sanctuary for the damned. It was a place where men on the run, men like Jesse James and the Younger brothers themselves, could find a hot meal, a fresh horse, and a place to lay low, protected by the cunning of its queen. The air there was thick with the smell of wood smoke, whiskey, and paranoia. Every rider on the horizon was either a friend or a hangman. This was the heart of darkness, a kingdom built on stolen goods and guarded by guns. Here, the final transformation of Myra Maybelle Shirley was complete. She was no longer just a bandit's wife, she was the mastermind. She never led a charge, her hands weren't on the triggers during the robberies. Her weapons were her intellect and her will. She planned the heists, fenced the stolen property, bribed officials, and used her deep knowledge of the law to tangle up prosecutors in court. And she crafted an image that became a legend. She would ride into town on a fine horse, sitting side-saddle in a velvet dress like a proper lady, but on her hips, for all the world to see, rested 2 Colt revolvers. She could quote classical poetry one moment and arrange the sale of a stolen herd the next. This walking contradiction, the refined lady and the criminal queen, was her armor and her declaration of war. She had created a monster, and her name was Belle Starr. The 2 shotgun blasts echoed through the hills and then faded into an unnerving quiet. Belle Starr's horse, spooked and riderless, galloped the rest of the way to the ranch house, its panicked whinny the first alarm. Her daughter Pearl, hearing the sound, ran out to see what was wrong. The discovery she made in the mud of the road, just outside their own gate, would become the final bloody chapter of her mother's legend. The bandit queen was dead, her velvet riding habit stained with the earth and her own blood, her back riddled with buckshot. News of a murder like that travels fast, even in the isolated Indian Territory. It moved from ranch to ranch on the lips of breathless riders, then crackled across the telegraph wires to the newspapers in Fort Smith and beyond. The death of Belle Starr was an event. For the lawmen, it was the closing of a long and frustrating case file. For the dime novelists, it was a dramatic ending they couldn't have written better themselves. For the locals, it was a source of fear and feverish gossip. The queen was dead. But who had dared to kill her? Soon enough, deputy U.S. Marshals rode down the trail to Younger's Bend. For years, this place had been a no-go zone, a sanctuary for fugitives where the law entered at its own peril. Now, they were in charge, picking through the life of the woman who had so often made fools of them. The investigation began, and the web of suspects was tangled and dark, spun from the threads of Belle's own life. Every person in her orbit had a potential motive. The first and most obvious suspect was a man named Edgar Watson. He was a tenant on Belle's land, a man with a shadowy past from Florida, rumored to be wanted for murder himself. They had argued bitterly. Belle wanted him gone, and Watson wasn't a man who liked being told what to do. It was a simple, logical motive, a dispute over land and money that ended in violence. But the simple answer isn't always the true one. Then there was her own husband, a Cherokee man named Jim July Starr. He was younger than Belle and was, at the time of her murder, facing his own trial for horse theft. Did they have a falling out? Was he driven by jealousy? Or, as some whispered, Did he arrange the murder to silence her before she could testify in some secret deal with the law? He had an alibi, but in the murky world of Younger's Bend, an alibi was just another story. The silence that fell over the hills wasn't one of peace. It was a silence of fear. Bell's network of outlaws scattered, not knowing who among them might be next, or who might sell them out for a pardon. A reward was posted for information, but few dared to speak. The killer was still out there, and no one knew how far their reach extended. The hunt was on, not just for a murderer, but for the truth behind the final bloody act of the Bandit Queen's life. The wheels of justice turned slowly, but in the case of Belle Starr's murder, they seemed to grind through mud. The primary suspect, Edgar Watson, was finally brought to trial. You can just imagine the scene in the Fort Smith courtroom. It wasn't just a legal proceeding, it was a spectacle. The room was packed with a tense mix of lawmen, curious townsfolk, and shadowed figures in the back rows, friends and enemies of the dead woman, all there to see how this final chapter would play out. The air itself felt heavy, thick with whispered theories and cold stares. Everyone had an opinion, and everyone was waiting for a conviction. The prosecution laid out its case. They painted a picture of a bitter dispute between a landlord and her troublesome tenant. They spoke of threats exchanged, of Watson's notorious temper, and of his presence near the scene of the crime. They presented him as a man with a motive, the means, and the opportunity. But their case was like a house built on sand. There was no murder weapon. There were no direct eyewitnesses to the shooting. The entire argument rested on bad blood and circumstantial evidence, a foundation that began to crumble under the slightest pressure. Watson, for his part, sat there with a cold confidence. He was no frightened farmer caught in the gears of the law. This was a man who understood the violence of the world. His defense lawyers didn't just deny his guilt. They threw the courtroom doors wide open to the chaos of Belle's life. They argued that putting only Edgar Watson on trial was absurd. Why not her husband, Jim July, who had his own legal troubles? Why not any of the dozens of spurned lovers, jilted partners, or vengeful victims Belle had created over the years? To have an enemy, they argued, was to be Belle Starr's acquaintance. And then, the darkest rumor of all, a chilling whisper that slithered through the courtroom, gave everyone pause. The story of Belle and her own son, Eddie. Their relationship was poison. He was a disappointment, and she was a harsh mother. The gossip was that just before her death, she had taken a whip to him for mistreating her favorite horse. Had the boy's resentment finally boiled over into an unspeakable act? Could he have pulled the trigger himself, or perhaps paid Watson to do it for him? It was a monstrous thought, but in the world Belle had built, it wasn't an impossible one. Faced with a weak case and a sea of reasonable doubt, the jury was trapped. They could condemn a man on suspicion, or they could let a potential killer walk free. They deliberated, and when they returned, the foreman's voice cut through the silence. "Not guilty." A shockwave went through the room. Edgar Watson, the man everyone was so sure had done it, stood up and walked out of the courtroom a free man. And so, the law of men had spoken. But was it justice? Or was it just a failure of a system that couldn't comprehend the complex, violent world of Younger's Bend? The court case was closed, but the murder remained unsolved. The killer had vanished back into the hills, becoming just another ghost in the bloody history of the territory. The truth, it seemed, was buried with the Bandit Queen. The murder of Belle Starr wasn't the end of the story. It was the explosion that scattered the pieces. Her kingdom, Younger's Bend, crumbled without its queen. The outlaws who had found sanctuary there drifted away, seeking new shadows to hide in. The land itself was eventually swallowed up by the relentless tide of settlement and progress. Today, what was once the most notorious hideout in the Indian Territory lies quiet and still, submerged beneath the placid waters of Lake Eufaula. A concrete historical marker stands on a nearby hill, a lone sentinel pointing toward the drowned land, the only official sign that this infamous chapter of the West ever happened here. The fates of those in her orbit were as tangled and often as tragic as her own. Edgar Watson, the acquitted suspect, moved on, but his reputation followed him. He eventually met a violent end himself, gunned down by a vigilante mob in Florida. Her last husband, Jim July Starr, died in a gunfight with lawmen not long after Bell's murder. Her son, Eddie Reed, who some whispered was the true killer, lived a troubled life, eventually becoming a deputy sheriff himself before being killed in a saloon brawl. It seems the violence that Bell had courted her whole life clung to those she left behind, an inescapable inheritance. But there is one final strange twist. Her daughter Pearl, the one rumored to be Cole Younger's child, chose a different path of rebellion. She turned her back on the world of guns and stolen horses and moved to Fort Smith, where she opened a high-class brothel. In a way, she too became a queen, presiding over her own illicit kingdom, a world with its own codes and dangers, just a stone's throw from the courthouse where her mother's killer had been set free. The strongest echo of Bell's star, however, is not in the ground, but in the story itself. After her death, the legend took on a life of its own. A journalist named Richard Fox penned a lurid book called Bell's Star, the Bandit Queen, or the Female Jesse James. It was a work of pure fiction, filled with sensational tales of her leading bank robberies and stagecoach heists, things she never actually did. This book, and the countless dime novels that followed, created the image we think of today, the pistol-packing outlaw in a feathered hat. The myth completely consumed the woman. You can still visit her grave, tucked away in the woods not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. The original headstone, carved with a bell, a star, and a poignant poem, was chipped away to nothing by souvenir hunters over the decades. A new, protected monument stands in its place. And as you stand there, in the quiet of those Oklahoma hills, you realize the mountains do remember. They remember the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, the educated girl, the grieving sister, the cunning organizer, and the woman who gambled her life on a defiant dream of freedom and lost. So we return to the question that has hung in the air since those shotgun blasts first rang out. Who killed Bell's Star? The law of men never gave us a name. Was it the vengeful tenant, Edgar Watson? Was it one of her own family, a final, terrible betrayal? We will never know for sure. But maybe the real answer isn't a name. Maybe what killed Bell's Star was the violent, lawless world she had so carefully constructed around herself. In the end, the snake she had nurtured in the heart of Younger's Bend finally turned and bit its queen. Her story is a powerful reminder that the Civil War didn't truly end at Appomattox. It continued to rage in the hearts of people like Myra Shirley, leaving scars that festered into a deep and abiding hatred for the authority that had won. She was not a hero. She was not the cartoon villain of the penny press. She was a casualty, a woman whose fierce mountain pride, when poisoned by grief, became a force of self-destruction. She waged a 25-year war against a world she felt had wronged her, and in that war, there could only be one victor. Myra Maybelle Shirley was a woman of stark contradictions, the educated lady who could quote the classics and the ruthless godmother who ruled a den of thieves. She was born with the spirit of the mountains in her blood, proud, defiant, and unforgiving. But that spirit, when broken, forged a legend written in gunsmoke and blood. A girl who was meant to be a lady became the Bandit Queen, a cautionary tale that still echoes in the hills where she once rode. Imagine waking one morning to find a bundle of freshly cut willow branches tied to your front door. In the lawless hills of 19th century Kentucky, this wasn't a gift. It was an ultimatum, a final warning from a secret army that judged you in the dead of night. They called themselves the White Caps,
angels of justice who promised to bring order to a land drowning in chaos. But the whispers that still echo through these hollows tell a different story. A story of how saviors became monsters and how the quest for justice turned into a thirst for blood and power. How did a committee of concerned farmers become a hooded terror that ruled by the whip and the rope? Today, we separate the legend from the brutal truth and uncover the story of the Whitehead clan. To understand the White Caps, you first have to understand their world. Picture the mountains of eastern Kentucky in the years after the Civil War. This wasn't just a place, it was a world apart, a labyrinth of fog-shrouded hollows and impassable ridges that kept the modern world at bay. Life here was governed not by clocks or calendars, but by the rising of the sun and the turning of the seasons. Families lived on isolated farmsteads, miles from their nearest neighbor, carving out a life from the stubborn, rocky soil. The creek was their water, the forest their larder, and the Bible their law. The people who called these mountains home were a proud and fiercely independent stock. They were veterans of a bitter war, farmers and blacksmiths who asked for little and expected even less from outsiders. Their lives were hard, a constant struggle against the elements and the land itself, but there was an honesty to it. A man's worth was measured by the strength of his hands and the truth of his word. They wanted nothing more than to raise their children, work their land, and be left in peace under the watchful eye of God. But a shadow was falling over this simple life. In the dark corners of this isolated world, a rot had begun to set in. With no effective law to speak of, the worst of human nature was allowed to fester. There were the drunks, who would trade their family's last bit of flour for a jug of corn liquor. There were the petty thieves who would steal a neighbor's livestock in the dead of night, knowing there would be no consequences. And there were the family tyrants, men who ruled their homes with a fist, whose wives and children suffered in terrified silence. For these people, justice was a distant rumor, a story told about faraway cities. The local sheriff was often a man who either lacked the courage to enforce the law or was corrupt enough to ignore it for a price. To take a grievance to the county court was an expensive days-long journey that most couldn't afford, and even then, a mountain man's word meant little to a flatland judge. Honest, hard-working families felt powerless, watching as the fabric of their community was torn apart by men who feared neither God nor government. A quiet desperation began to settle over the valleys. It was a feeling shared in hushed conversations around the pot-bellied stove at the general store and in prayers whispered in small clapboard churches. People felt abandoned, left to fend for themselves against the growing chaos. And in that fertile ground of fear and frustration, a dangerous seed was planted. It was the old mountain idea that when the law fails, men must make their own. They didn't know it yet, but they weren't just seeking justice. They were about to unleash a terror far worse than anything they had ever known. The change didn't happen overnight. It didn't start with a gunshot or a hanging, but with a whisper. A whisper that traveled from farm to farm, a shared frustration that finally found a voice in a secret meeting in an old barn. They were respected men, farmers, veterans, even a preacher or two, men who had simply had enough. They decided that if the law wouldn't protect their families, they would become the law. They took a name for themselves, the White Caps, and for their uniform, they chose the simplest, most terrifying disguise imaginable, a plain white sack with holes cut for eyes. Their first target was a man known throughout the valley for his drunken cruelty, a man who beat his wife and starved his children while he spent his days in a stupor. One morning, he awoke to find that silent message on his door, a bundle of willow switches. It was a clear ultimatum, understood by everyone in the mountains. Straighten up or face the consequences. The man, arrogant in his belief that no one would dare challenge him, laughed it off. He threw the branches into his fire and went back to his bottle.
It was the last mistake he would ever make in that county. A few nights later, the community learned what happened when a warning was ignored. A procession of silent riders, their faces hidden beneath those stark white hoods, descended on the man's cabin. There were no shouts, no threats. They moved with a chilling purpose, pulling the terrified man from his bed. They dragged him out into the cold night air, his wife's pleas echoing unanswered in the darkness. They tied him to a tree and one by one took up the same kind of willow switches he had burned and delivered their brutal judgment. It wasn't just a beating, it was a ritual of public shaming, a message delivered not only to him, but to everyone. When it was over, they gave him a new ultimatum: be gone by sunrise, or they would return. The next morning, the man, broken and bleeding, gathered his few belongings and left the county forever. And a strange quiet fell over the valley. The theft stopped. The town drunkards stayed home. For the first time in years, there was a sense of order. The Whitecaps had proven that their methods worked. They had tasted power, the absolute power to inspire fear and enforce their will. And in that moment of victory, without realizing it, they had crossed a line from which there was no return. The first drops of blood had been spilled not to kill, but to correct. Yet they had watered a seed that would soon grow into a monstrous tree. The taste of power is a poison, and it didn't take long for it to blacken the souls of the Whitecaps. The original mission of punishing drunks and thieves was forgotten, replaced by a much more profitable enterprise: fear for hire. Now, a man could pay the clan to settle a land dispute in his favor. A jealous husband could arrange a visit for a rival. The White Hood was no longer a symbol of justice. It had become a mask for greed, revenge, and pure, unadulterated terror. The willow switch was no longer enough. The lessons they taught now were final. Their new reign was cemented not by punishing the guilty, but by making an example of the innocent. Consider the story of a farmer, a man respected for his honesty and hard work. His only crime was courage. He had stood up in a public place and called the Whitecaps what they had become: a gang of cowardly bandits who hid their faces. He refused to join them, refused to be silent. He knew the risk, but his mountain pride would not let him bow to them. The Whitecaps heard his words, and a death sentence was passed in the shadows. One moonless night, the family's dogs, usually fierce protectors, let out a single terrified yelp before falling silent. A moment later, the cabin door didn't just open, it exploded inward, splintering off its leather hinges. Silent figures, more like ghosts than men in their white hoods, filled the small room. They said nothing. They simply pointed a finger at the father of the house, who had just sat up in his bed. The children, frozen in terror in their small cots, could only see flickering shadows and hear the sounds of a nightmare that would be seared into their memory forever. His wife threw herself at the intruders, begging, pleading, but she was thrown aside like a rag doll. They dragged the man from his home, his bare feet scraping on the cold, hard-packed dirt of the yard. His family was forced to remain inside the cabin, captives in their own home, made to watch through the shattered doorway. They saw the torchlight glinting on a rope as it was thrown over the thick branch of an old oak tree. They were being made to bear witness. This wasn't just a murder, it was a lesson, and his family were the first pupils. The children covered their ears, but it did no good. The night was filled with the sounds of a brief, desperate struggle, a man's choked gasps for air, and then a sickening, heavy snap that echoed through the hollow. After that, nothing. Just the creak of the rope and the chirping of the crickets, who seemed entirely indifferent to the horror that had just unfolded. The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing, absolute silence that was somehow even worse. The hooded figures didn't linger. They melted back into the woods as silently as they had come, leaving the torch sputtering in the dirt. They left behind a grieving family and a dark shape twisting gently in the night breeze.
When the first grey light of dawn touched the mountain, the neighbors would find the scene. They would see the unspeakable trophy hanging from that oak tree, and they would understand the Whitecap's new gospel. Keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, because in these mountains, speaking the truth was a sin punishable by death. When the sun finally rose, its light did little to chase away the darkness. It only served to illuminate the horror. The first neighbor to pass by stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't run for the sheriff. He didn't cry out in alarm. He simply turned his wagon around and went to fetch other men, speaking in low, grim whispers. There was no question of who had done this. The sight of the body, a terrible monument to the price of defiance, was a signature left by the Whitecaps. Quietly, with grim reverence, the men cut him down and carried him back to his grieving family, their faces hard masks of fear and fury they dared not express. For the widow and her children, the world had ended. Their home was no longer a sanctuary, but a tomb haunted by the final moments of a man they loved. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside was a fresh wave of terror. They couldn't stay. There was no justice to be found here, only the constant, suffocating presence of the murderers, who could be any of the men they saw every day. Their fight was not for justice, but for survival. Within a week, they packed what little they could carry, abandoned the farm their family had worked for generations, and disappeared, becoming refugees from their own home. Their departure sent a clear message to the entire county. The Whitecaps had won. A thick, suffocating blanket of silence fell over the hills and hollows. No one spoke of the murder above a whisper, and never to an outsider. The code of silence was now absolute. A new, more insidious fear took root, a paranoia that turned neighbor against neighbor. Who was hiding beneath those hoods? The man who sold you flour at the general store? The blacksmith who shod your horse? Even the preacher who spoke of God's law on Sunday? You could trust no one. An invisible empire was being built, and its mortar was the blood of good men. The local sheriff eventually rode out to the abandoned farmstead. He looked at the rope burns on the oak branch, asked a few half-hearted questions to neighbors who suddenly couldn't remember a thing, and wrote a report he knew would lead nowhere. Perhaps he was a coward, too afraid of the hooded men to conduct a real investigation. Or perhaps, and this was the most chilling thought of all, he was one of them, his badge just another mask he wore during the day. His visit was a formality, a hollow gesture that only proved one thing: the law of men had no power here anymore. The hunt for the culprits never began. How could it? You can't arrest a ghost, and the Whitecaps had become something more than men in the terrified minds of the people. They were specters of vengeance, ghost riders who emerged from the night fog to enforce their own brutal commandments. The story of the murdered farmer became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a local legend born from a truth too terrible to confront directly. The ashes of his life had fertilized the soil of their fear, and from it, the Whitecaps' reign of terror would grow unopposed, casting a long, dark shadow over the mountains. Terror cannot last forever. Eventually, a monster will devour itself. The Whitecaps grew too bold, too greedy, and their violence became indiscriminate. When they murdered the family of a state legislator over a petty land dispute, they finally crossed a line that even the cowed local authorities couldn't ignore. The outside world came flooding into the mountains, not with sheriffs this time, but with stone-faced U.S. Marshals and companies of the National Guard, men who didn't know the local families and who weren't scared of shadows in the night. Arrests were finally made, and the stage was set for a trial that would pit the law of the state against the law of the clan. The county courthouse became the center of a storm. The small town swelled with newspaper reporters from as far away as Cincinnati, with curious onlookers who wanted a glimpse of the monsters, and with the grim-faced families of both the victims and the accused. Armed guards stood on the courthouse roof, their rifles glinting in the sun,
a clear sign that this was not ordinary justice. It was a war being fought in a courtroom. Inside, the air was thick with tension and sweat. Every man on the jury knew his decision would follow him home. They knew that no matter what the verdict, they would have to live with the consequences in a land where memories are long and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The prosecution's case seemed impossible. How could you convict men when every witness was paralyzed by fear? The answer came in the form of a captured white cap, a young man facing the gallows who was offered a deal, his life for his testimony. The dam of silence finally broke. He was brought into the courtroom in chains, and with a trembling hand, he pointed out his former brothers. He named the leaders, described the secret oaths, and recounted the grim details of their night rides. You can just imagine the scene. A man confessing his sins, his voice cracking, while across the room, the men he condemned stared at him with a look of pure, cold hatred that promised a retribution beyond any courtroom's power. The defendants themselves were a portrait of mountain defiance. They weren't cowering criminals. Many of them, particularly the leaders, sat with a quiet, arrogant dignity. They stared back at the jury, not with remorse, but with contempt, as if they were the true judges in the room. In their eyes, they weren't murderers. They were soldiers who had brought order to a lawless land, and this trial was nothing more than a betrayal by the Flatlanders who didn't understand their ways. Their leader, a man known for his cunning and ruthlessness, barely paid attention, projecting an unnerving calm, confident that the web of fear he had spun for years would hold firm. Finally, the jury delivered its verdict. The room held its breath. For the men who were merely followers, the enforcers who carried out the orders, the verdict was guilty. Sentences of life in prison and the hangman's noose were handed down. A quiet wave of relief and victory washed over the prosecution and the families of the victims. But then the jury foreman came to the last name, the mastermind, the man who had orchestrated the entire reign of terror. After a long pause, the words echoed in the stunned silence. Not guilty. A collective gasp filled the room. The architect of it all, protected by intimidated witnesses and a terrified jury, stood up, gave a slight nod to his lawyer, and walked out of the courtroom, a free man, disappearing into the same mountains he had terrorized. Was this justice? A few branches of the poisoned tree had been lopped off, but the root was left untouched, allowed to burrow back into the dark soil. The trial had proven that the law of men could reach into the mountains, but it also showed its limits. It could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the king. For the people who had to go back to their isolated farms, the fear didn't end that day. It just took on a new, more patient form. The Whitecaps were broken as an organization, but their shadow remained, a permanent reminder of a time when justice wore a white hood and innocence was no protection at all. The trials that broke the Whitecaps are now just faded ink in dusty courthouse ledgers. The men who were sent to the gallows have long since turned to dust, their names a footnote in a violent chapter of Kentucky's history. But what of the leader, the man who walked free? He returned to his mountain home and lived out the rest of his days. Officially, he died a peaceful old man in his own bed. But the old-timers in these mountains tell a different story. They say that while the law of men couldn't touch him, the justice of the mountains is patient. They whisper that his final years were haunted by the faces of those he condemned, and that his name, once spoken with fear, is now spoken with a quiet, knowing curse. The scars left by the Whitecaps run deeper than a single generation. To this day, there are family names in those hollows that carry the weight of that time. Descendants of the Whitecaps live alongside the descendants of their victims. The story is a ghost that sits at their dinner tables. For some, it's a source of quiet shame, a dark secret to be kept buried. For others, it's a painful heirloom, a reminder of a resilience forged in terror and loss. The blood feuds may be over, but the memory lingers in the bloodline, a quiet rift that separates neighbor from neighbor even now. You can still find the physical traces of that time if you know where to look. The old county courthouse still stands, its brick walls a silent witness to the drama that unfolded within. On a quiet afternoon, you can almost hear the echoes of the prosecutor's accusations and feel the weight of the jury's fear. Not far from there, in a small, overgrown cemetery, you can find the tombstones of the men the Whitecaps murdered. The weathered inscriptions are simple and direct, telling you the day they were born and the day they died, but they leave out the most important part of the story: how they died and why. The oak tree where the farmer was hanged may or may not still stand, but its legend does, a dark landmark in the collective memory of the community. Most people have forgotten this story. The world has moved on, and the violent nights of the Whitecaps seem like a tale from another world. But the mountains remember. They hold these stories in the deep shadows of their hollows and in the rustle of the leaves on a moonless night. The official histories may have been written, but the true story, the human story of terror, courage, and survival, is preserved in the oral tradition passed down from one generation to the next. It has become a part of the landscape itself, a ghost that walks these hills, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting in the silence to be heard. So we come back to the question we started with, the one that hangs over this entire story like a mountain fog. How did a group of men who only wanted to protect their families become the very monsters they sought to destroy? The answer is as simple as it is terrifying. The Whitecaps weren't born evil. They were created by a vacuum, a space where law and order had died, and something had to take its place. They set out to be the cure, but without any checks on their power, the cure became a poison far deadlier than the disease. They learned that the power to punish is the power to control, and the power to control is the most addictive drug on earth. This isn't just a story about a band of hooded night riders from a bygone era. It's a timeless warning about the darkness that lies dormant in the human heart, waiting for the right circumstances to be unleashed. It's a testament to the fact that the road to hell is truly paved with good intentions. The Whitecaps are a brutal lesson in how easily the thirst for justice can curdle into a lust for blood, and how the hero who slays the dragon can, in time, grow scales of his own. It's a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, yes, but it reveals the dark side of that spirit, a fierce, unforgiving independence that, when twisted, respects no law but its own. The men who wore those white hoods are long gone. The ropes have rotted, and the willow trees they used for their warnings have grown old and died. But the story remains. It's been passed down, whispered from father to son, a chilling bedtime story that just happens to be true. It serves as a permanent reminder, etched into the very soul of these mountains, that the most dangerous men are often those who believe they are doing God's work. They teach us that fear is the cruelest of masters, and that true justice can never, ever be found hiding behind a mask. They say that for 5 days in the late summer of 1921, the hills of West Virginia went to war with themselves. The hollows of Blair Mountain echoed with the thunder of 1,000,000 rounds fired as the largest armed uprising in American history since the Civil War reached its bloody climax. And standing against the tide of 10,000 Union miners was one man, a county sheriff named Don Chaffin. He met them not with a posse, but with a private army, machine gun nests, and even airplanes dropping homemade bombs from the sky. How does a man born and raised in these same mountains come to wage war against his own people? Was he a villain, a corrupt tyrant in the pocket of the coal barons, crushing the common man under his boot? Or was he, in his own mind, the last line of defense for law and order, a king protecting his county from an invading mob? The truth, as it always does in Appalachia, lies buried deep in the shadows between fact and legend. Today, we dig for it. We trace the path that turned a small-town lawman into the absolute ruler of Logan County. Don Chafin was no outsider. He was born in 1887, a son of Logan County, with roots that ran as deep in that rocky soil as any oak tree. The Chaffins were one of the founding families, their name carrying weight long before the first coal tipples scarred the landscape. He grew up breathing mountain air, learning the unwritten laws of the hollows, that loyalty to kin was absolute, that an insult to your name had to be answered, and that the only justice you could truly count on was the one you made for yourself. He was one of them, fluent in the language of both the front porch and the family feud. But the world Chaffin was born into was dying. The old Appalachia of scattered homesteads and fierce independence was being swallowed whole by an industrial giant. King Coal was the new god, and the coal companies were its high priests. They brought jobs, yes, but they also brought a new kind of servitude. They owned the houses the miners lived in, the stores where they bought their food, and the politicians who wrote the laws. Young Don Chaffin saw this firsthand. He saw proud men who once answered to no one, transformed into something less, their lives dictated by the shrill blast of a mine whistle. He began his career as a school teacher, a respected position in any mountain community. For a time, he stood before the children of Logan County, trying to impart lessons from a book. But he quickly learned a more potent lesson himself. He saw that the real power wasn't in the schoolhouse, it was in the courthouse. It was held by the men who could levy a tax, deputize a friend, or make a troublesome problem disappear with a quiet word and a nod. He saw that knowledge was one thing, but control was everything. This realization became the forge for his character. A choice was laid before him. He could remain a man of the old mountains, honorable but ultimately powerless, destined to be swept aside by the forces of industry. Or he could become a man of the new Appalachia. He could learn to master the machinery of this new world, to wield its power and to bend it to his will. The ambition in his heart was too strong to ignore. He made his choice. He decided he would not be a subject in the kingdom of coal. He would be its king. The old mountain code of loyalty was still there, but he twisted it. His ultimate loyalty would no longer be just to his family name, but to the preservation of his own power. He would trade the quiet respect of the schoolhouse for the cold, hard fear commanded by the man in the sheriff's office. This was the moment Don Chaffin the teacher died, and Don Chaffin the tyrant began to take shape. Long before the battle that would make him infamous, Don Chaffin was simply the most powerful man in southern West Virginia. To see him in his prime, strolling down the streets of Logan, you wouldn't necessarily see a tyrant. You'd see a man of influence, dressed immaculately in a fine suit and hat, his pearl-handled pistols a subtle but constant reminder of his authority. He had a smile that could charm a bird from a tree and eyes that missed nothing. He was the sun around which Logan County orbited, and he held his position not just through force, but through a deep, personal understanding of its people. For those who stayed on his right side, Sheriff Chafin could be a powerful ally. He was the man you went to when you had a problem the law books couldn't solve. A dispute over a property line, a son who'd gotten into a bit of trouble, a family facing hard times, Chaffin could fix it with a word. He cultivated a network of loyalty, a system of patronage where he was the benevolent patriarch, dispensing favors and expecting absolute allegiance in return. In a place where official government was often distant and ineffective, Don Chaffin was the man who got things done. At home, he was a husband and a father. He built a life of comfort and privilege for his family, a world away from the grit and danger of the coal mines that funded it. This, perhaps, was the world he was truly protecting. Not just the abstract profits of the coal operators, but the safety and prosperity of his own kin. Every action he took, every line he drew in the dirt, was to insulate his family from the chaos and poverty that surrounded them. He was building a dynasty on a foundation of coal, and he would let no one threaten it. This was the kingdom Don Chaffin built, a county sealed off from the outside world, running on his rules. It was a place of brutal, enforced order. The coal trains ran on time, the company payrolls were met, and the union agitators were kept on the other side of the county line. To the coal barons in their distant city offices, it was a perfect model of efficiency. To the miners who kept their heads down and did their work, it was a life, a hard life, but a predictable one. Don Chaffin ensured that predictability, and in the turbulent world of the coalfields, that was a powerful commodity. But every king has a weakness, and Don Chaffin's was a profound and blinding one. He could not tolerate a single challenge to his authority. It wasn't just pride, and it was more than mere stubbornness. It was a fundamental belief that Logan County was a direct extension of his own will. In his mind, he had built an orderly kingdom from the chaos of the mountains, and any voice of dissent was not just a disagreement, it was an act of treason. He saw the world in absolutes. You were either with him, or you were an enemy to be crushed. This flaw was on display long before the miners marched. You saw it in the cold, efficient brutality of what became known as the Logan County system. When a man suspected of Union sympathies stepped off the train, there was no debate. There was no argument. Chaffin's deputies, his private army, would simply surround him. The choice was never about ideas, it was about survival. Leave now on the next train, or be carried out after a beating that would serve as a lesson to anyone else foolish enough to try. This wasn't law enforcement, it was the purging of an infection. For years, this iron-fisted approach was the very source of his strength. The coal operators paid him a fortune precisely because he was uncompromising. He was the wall that kept the union out, the guarantee that their profits would continue to flow, uninterrupted by strikes or demands for better pay. His fatal flaw was the very thing that made him rich and powerful. He built his castle on the bedrock of his own intolerance. But a wall built to keep out a few men cannot hold back a flood. Chaffin's vision was fatally narrow, limited to the borders of his own county. He failed to understand that the union movement was becoming something more than just a few organizers he could intimidate. It was an idea, spreading like wildfire through the desperate and oppressed coal camps. He believed he could beat that idea into submission, just as he had beaten individual men. He could not conceive of a world where his control was not absolute. He could not imagine a negotiation, a compromise, or a shared power. In Don Chaffin's mind, there was only room for one king in Logan County. And as the anger in the surrounding coalfields began to smolder and grow, this fatal crack in his armor was about to be struck by the force of an entire army. He was a man who knew only how to push back, and he was about to be pushed by a force greater than any he had ever known. The spark that lit the Appalachian powder keg didn't land in Logan County. It landed a few counties over, on the stone steps of the McDowell County Courthouse, and it came in the form of an assassination. The target was a man named Sid Hatfield, the chief of police of Matawan. To the Union miners, Hatfield was more than a lawman. He was a folk hero, a living legend. Where Don Chaffin was the symbol of company control, Hatfield was the symbol of defiance. He was the one lawman who had stood with his people, famously facing down Baldwin Felts agents in a bloody shootout that became known as the Matawan Massacre. He was proof that not every man with a badge was for sale. On August the 1st, 1921, Hatfield arrived at the courthouse in Welch to face trumped-up charges, a legal trap set by his enemies. He was unarmed, walking beside his wife, trusting in the sanctity of the law he represented. As he climbed the steps, Baldwin Felts agents, the very same men he had fought in Matawan, were waiting. They opened fire in broad daylight, cutting him down in a hail of bullets right in front of his wife. His friend Ed Chambers was executed alongside him. It was not a gunfight. It was a public execution. The news spread through the coal camps, not like a whisper, but like a physical blow. This was the ultimate act of treachery. It was one thing to be cheated at the company store or beaten by deputies in a dark hollow. It was another to see your one hope for justice within the system murdered on the very steps of a courthouse.
The message sent by the coal operators was clear and brutal. There is no law for you here. There is no protection. We can kill your heroes in the open, and nothing will be done. For Don Chaffin, this act was happening in another county, perpetrated by men not directly on his payroll. But in the hearts and minds of the miners, it was all part of the same corrupt, violent machine of which he was the master architect. Their rage, their grief, and their years of simmering desperation finally crystallized into a single, unifying purpose. The system had declared war on them, so they would declare war on the system. And the symbol of that system, its beating heart and its iron fist, was Sheriff Don Chaffin. This was the unforgivable affront. The miners began to gather, not for a strike, but for a crusade. They tied red bandanas around their necks, a symbol of their solidarity that would give them the name Rednecks. They cleaned their rifles, gathered their ammunition, and began to march south. Their goal was no longer just to unionize a county. It was to avenge a martyr, to tear down a kingdom, and to bring their own form of justice to the man who represented everything they hated. The fuse was lit, and it was burning straight for Logan County. As the news of the marching army reached Logan, the state capital of Charleston descended into a panic. Governor Ephraim Morgan, a man caught between the immense power of the coal industry and the terrifying prospect of a civil war, pleaded for calm. He sent telegrams, issued proclamations, and dispatched the state police, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. He knew that the only two men who could truly stop this were the leaders of the Miners' March and the sheriff of Logan County. Federal mediators were sent, including the decorated General Billy Mitchell. They met with the miners' leaders who, for all their rage, laid out their terms. They wanted the violence to end. They wanted the right to join a union without being beaten or killed. They wanted the Logan County system dismantled. They were willing to talk, but they would not turn back until their basic rights as American citizens were guaranteed. The government, it seemed, was trying to find a way out, a path that didn't lead over the top of Blair Mountain. But for Don Chaffin, there was nothing to discuss. From his command post in Logan, he watched the situation not as a political crisis, but as a military operation. To him, the 10,000 approaching men were not desperate workers seeking justice. They were an invading army, a horde of Bolsheviks and insurrectionists bent on destroying his county. The governor's pleas for negotiation were, in his eyes, signs of weakness. You don't negotiate with a mob, you break it. While others talked of peace, Chaffin prepared for war. The coal operators opened their coffers, and Chaffin spent the money with deadly efficiency. He put out the call, and his army of deputies swelled from hundreds to nearly 3,000. Gun thugs, mercenaries, and strikebreakers poured into Logan, men who were paid to shoot, not to talk. Rifles and machine guns, purchased by the ton, were trucked in and distributed. The phone lines between Logan and the coal company offices hummed with logistics, not diplomacy. He rejected every attempt at de-escalation. When state officials suggested he allow a small, peaceful delegation of miners to enter Logan to present their grievances, he refused. When federal mediators proposed a ceasefire and a cooling-off period, he ignored them. His response was to send his men into the hills. He directed them to dig trenches, set up machine gun nests, and turn the 10-mile ridge of Blair Mountain into a fortress. Every shovel of dirt thrown, every strand of barbed wire unspooled was Don Chaffin's answer to the calls for peace. He was making his stand, not just for the coal companies, but for his own absolute, unquestioned rule. He had locked and bolted every door that led to compromise, leaving only one path open, the path of violence. The wires between Logan County and Washington, D.C. were humming. President Warren G. Harding, seeing a domestic war about to explode, made one last desperate attempt to pull the combatants back from the brink. He sent a direct message, a final ultimatum, not just to the marching miners, but to Don Chaffin himself. The offer was clear.
The miners had agreed to halt their advance if, and only if, Chaffin's private army was disarmed and disbanded. Federal troops would be sent in not to fight the miners, but to act as a neutral peacekeeping force. It was a clear off-ramp, a path away from the abyss, laid at his feet by the President of the United States. Imagine Don Chaffin in his office, the telegram in his hand. The air is thick with the smell of gun oil and nervous sweat. Outside, the town of Logan is an armed camp, his men preparing for the fight of their lives. For a moment, he must have weighed his options. On one side was the full might of the federal government, a power that could crush him without a second thought. Accepting the deal would mean survival. He would lose his private army, yes, and his absolute power would be broken, but he would live. He would see his family again. The war would be over before a shot was fired. But then he would have considered the other side of the coin. To stand down now would be to surrender. It would mean that the threats and the rage of the Union men had succeeded. It would be a public admission that his authority, the very foundation of his identity, had limits. The image of federal troops policing his county while the men who had marched to hang him were allowed to walk free must have been a vision of pure humiliation. It was a direct challenge to his fatal flaw, his belief in his own absolute control. He stood at the final crossroads. One path led to a diminished future, the other led over Blair Mountain. He looked at the telegram, the last chance for peace, a direct order from his president. Then he looked at the map on his wall, at the red pins marking his machine gun emplacements along the ridge. He made his choice. He set the telegram aside. He picked up his telephone and gave an order not to stand down, but to double the patrols at the key mountain passes. He told his commanders that the line had been drawn and that any man wearing a red bandana who tried to cross it was to be met with overwhelming force. The last bridge to peace was burned. In that moment, Don Chaffin ceased to be a sheriff defending his county. He became a king choosing war over the surrender of his crown. The first report came over a crackling field telephone line, a scout's frantic voice confirming the miners' advance on the Crooked Creek Pass. Don Chaffin took the call, his face betraying no emotion. He put the receiver down, walked to the porch of his command post, and looked towards the green, silent ridge. He gave a single nod to his waiting runner. That nod traveled down the line, from man to man, until it reached the machine gun nest hidden in a stand of timber. A moment later, the mountain spoke for the first time. It was a sound like a giant tearing a sheet of iron in half, a sound that rolled down the hollows and announced that all negotiations were finished. From his vantage point, the battle was not a scene of chaos, but a grim and terrible piece of machinery that he had designed. He spent his days with maps and binoculars, a general directing his forces. He didn't see individual men fighting for their lives. He saw patterns, movements, and objectives. Through his field glasses, he would watch a line of men attempt to advance through a thicket of trees on a distant slope. He would pick up his telephone, speak a few calm words directing fire to that coordinate, and moments later, the advance would simply cease. The patterns would break, dissolve back into the forest, and the hillside would grow still again. The steady, mechanical rhythm of his machine gun nests became the heartbeat of the battle. It was a cold, efficient, and impersonal sound. Each burst was an argument being made, a final answer to the miners' demands. For 5 days, that sound was relentless. The world shrank to the borders of Blair Mountain. The sun rose and set on the constant thunder of gunfire. Chaffin barely slept, fueled by coffee and the cold adrenaline of a man watching his life's work hang in the balance. On the 3rd day, he unleashed his most terrifying weapon. An unfamiliar sound began to drift over the mountains, the low drone of an airplane engine. From the miners' perspective, it was a horror they could have never imagined. Chaffin's private air force, a pair of rickety biplanes, began making passes over their lines. The explosions in the trees below were often small, the homemade bombs crude and inaccurate. But their purpose was more psychological than physical. It was a message from Don Chaffin. There is nowhere to hide. I rule the land, and I rule the sky. He authorized the use of everything at his disposal. Reports from the miners' side would later speak of bombs that didn't just explode, but released clouds of sickening gas, surplus munitions from the Great War. Chaffin had brought the industrial slaughter of the European trenches to the hills of Appalachia. He was not just defending his county, he was attempting to annihilate the will of his enemy. The battle raged on, a brutal war of attrition. An estimated 1 million rounds were fired. The mountain itself seemed to groan under the assault, its trees shredded, its soil soaked in the conflict. Chaffin's fortress held. His lines did not break. He had met the largest armed insurrection in American history with a wall of fire and steel. Then, as suddenly as it began, it started to quiet. The federal troops were coming, and the miners knew they could not fight their own country. The last shots echoed and then faded, replaced by a profound and chilling silence. The war was over. The argument that had raged for a generation was, for now, permanently settled. Don Chaffin stood victorious on his mountain, the undisputed king of a silent, smoking kingdom. The silence that fell over Blair Mountain was heavier than any sound that had preceded it. Don Chaffin stood in the quiet, the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder still hanging in the air like a ghost. There was no joy in his victory, no triumphant celebration. There was only the cold, hard satisfaction of a man who had met an overwhelming force and had not broken. He had drawn a line, and the world now knew that he would hold that line, no matter the cost. His kingdom was secure. His mind, sharpened by 5 days of constant high-stakes command, did not rest. It immediately shifted from the tactics of war to the politics of the aftermath. His first orders were not to celebrate, but to consolidate. He sent his deputies fanning out across the ridge, their task no longer to fight, but to collect weapons and round up stragglers. He was transforming his private soldiers back into lawmen and the battlefield back into a crime scene. He knew the world was watching, and he needed to control the narrative. This was not a battle, he would claim. It was the quelling of a violent insurrection. The real test came a day later, with the arrival of the United States Army. A column of dusty trucks carrying uniformed soldiers rolled into Logan County, their federal authority absolute. An army colonel, a man accustomed to giving orders and having them obeyed without question, stepped out to meet the sheriff of Logan County. For a moment, two commanders faced each other, one representing the power of a nation, the other the power of a single man's will. This was the moment Chaffin's reign as an independent warlord came to an end. But Chaffin did not surrender his authority. He merely transferred it. He met the colonel not as a defeated man or a renegade, but as a fellow officer of the law. He was dapper, calm, and cooperative. He presented himself as the beleaguered hero who had single-handedly held back anarchy until the cavalry arrived. He offered maps, intelligence, and the full cooperation of his office. He smoothly transitioned from the man who had waged a private war to the loyal local official assisting the federal government. He had won his battle. He had stopped the march. He had broken the miners' army. Now, standing before the might of the United States, he holstered his authority and stepped back into the role of Sheriff Chaffin. His active part in the shooting was over. The road had ended, not in a jail cell or a shallow grave, but in a handshake with the very government he had, for 5 bloody days, effectively ignored. The cost of Don Chaffin's victory was paid in a currency he would never have to touch: the broken lives of the men he defeated and the families they left behind. The war on Blair Mountain was over, but the war on the miners had just entered a new, more insidious phase. As federal troops disarmed the miners, Chaffin's deputies and the state police moved in behind them, armed not with machine guns, but with lists of names. Hundreds of miners were arrested and indicted on charges ranging from conspiracy to murder and even treason against the state of West Virginia. For the families in the coal camps, the silence that followed the battle was not one of peace, but of dread. A knock on the door of a company shack in the middle of the night meant a husband and father being dragged away to jail. It was followed, almost inevitably, by an eviction notice nailed to the flimsy door. Fired, blacklisted, and homeless, the families of the Union men were cast out, left to fend for themselves in a world where every official, every company man, was now their enemy. The defeat on the mountain was a single event. The suffering it caused rippled outwards for years, creating a quiet, desperate poverty that clung to the hollows like a winter fog. The dream of a Union in southern West Virginia, a dream that had seemed so close, was dead and buried on the slopes of that mountain. Chaffin's victory didn't just crush an army, it crushed a spirit. The United Mine Workers of America was effectively broken in the region for more than a decade. The grip of the coal operators, once challenged, now tightened into a stranglehold. Fear replaced hope. Miners who had once talked openly of their rights now spoke in whispers, terrified that a stray word could cost them their jobs and their homes. Chaffin's system of control was now absolute, reinforced by the memory of what happened to those who dared to challenge it. The tragedy was not just the miners' own, it belonged to the entire community. The battle left scars that divided neighbors and kin for generations. Men from Logan who had joined Chaffin's army returned to live in the same county as the families of the men they had fired upon. A cancer of silence grew over the memory of the battle. It was too painful, too divisive to talk about. Don Chaffin had not just defended Logan County, he had plunged it and the surrounding region into a long, dark winter of fear and submission, leaving behind a wreckage of lives that would take a generation to clear. With the shooting over, the war moved from the mountainside to the courtroom. The state of West Virginia, backed by the full weight of the coal industry, sought to make an example of the defeated miners. Hundreds were charged, but for the leaders, the state chose a charge so severe it was almost medieval: treason. Men who had fought for their country in the trenches of France now found themselves accused of betraying it in the hills of their own home. It was the ultimate clash of cultures, the state's formal written law against the unwritten mountain code of honor and retribution. The trials were a spectacle. The prosecution painted a picture of a Red Army, a Bolshevik mob bent on overthrowing the government and seizing private property. They presented evidence of the miners' military-style organization, their weapons, and their stated goal of marching on Logan. To the state, this was a clear case of insurrection. Don Chaffin and his deputies were presented as heroic defenders of law and order, the thin line that had saved West Virginia from anarchy. But the miners' defense told a different story. Their lawyers argued that these men were not traitors to America. They were patriots engaged in a second American Revolution, fighting against a domestic tyrant. They hadn't marched against the government. They had marched because the government had failed them. They were marching against the state of Chaffin, a private kingdom where the law was a weapon used against them. Their defense was simple and powerful. A man has the right to defend his home and his family, and when the law itself becomes the tool of an oppressor, the people have the right to seek their own justice. The community, and indeed the nation, was fiercely divided. Pro-union newspapers hailed the defendants as heroes and martyrs of the working class. Company-owned papers condemned them as violent radicals. In the coal camps, prayer meetings were held for the men on trial. In the gentlemen's clubs of Charleston and Huntington, they were toasted as villains who had finally gotten their due. The soul of Appalachia was on trial, forced to defend itself in a language it did not fully understand. The most famous trial was that of Bill Blizzard, one of the key field commanders of the miners' army. The state threw everything it had at him. But then, a West Virginia jury, made up not of miners, but of farmers and small-town merchants, delivered a stunning verdict: not guilty. They had listened to the stories of the company guards, the low pay, the beatings, and the assassination of Sid Hatfield, and they could not bring themselves to call this man a traitor. While many other miners would be convicted on lesser charges, the treason trials collapsed. Was justice served? In a narrow legal sense, a jury had acknowledged the miners' grievances. But in the wider world, nothing had changed. The Logan County system remained intact. The Union was shattered. Don Chaffin was still sheriff. The law had rendered a verdict on the battle, but it had remained silent on the long, brutal war that had caused it. True justice, it seemed, was still a luxury the miners of West Virginia could not afford. The army that marched on Logan County did not simply go home. Its leaders were tied up in court for years. Its members were scattered, blacklisted, and broken. The United Mine Workers of America, the great boogeyman that Don Chaffin had waged a war against, was effectively banished from the southern coalfields. In the immediate aftermath, it seemed Chaffin's victory was absolute. The entity that had provoked him into his dramatic stand was, for all intents and purposes, dead. The Union was a ghost, its name only spoken in hushed and fearful whispers in the dark corners of the coal camps. But you can defeat an army of men. It's much harder to kill an idea. The Battle of Blair Mountain, for all the miners' losses, had been a national spectacle. Newspapers across the country had told the story of the private army, the machine gun nests, and the airplanes bombing American citizens on their own soil. The brutal reality of the West Virginia coalfields was laid bare for all to see. Chaffin had won the fight, but in doing so, he had exposed the sickness of the system he was defending. The miners had lost the battle, but they had won the argument in the court of public opinion. The seeds planted on Blair Mountain took a decade to grow, but they grew in the dark. The Great Depression and the election of Franklin D. Roosevelt changed everything. With the passage of the National Industrial Recovery Act and later the Wagner Act, the federal government did what 10,000 rifles could not. It guaranteed the right of every American worker to organize and bargain collectively. The very thing the miners had fought and died for was now the law of the land. In the mid-1930s, the UMWA organizers returned to southern West Virginia. This time, they came not as an invading army, but with the full backing of federal law. They walked into Logan County, the heart of Don Chaffin's old kingdom, and signed up thousands of miners without a single shot being fired. The Logan County system was finally broken, not by force of arms, but by a simple change in the law. The miners' cause, the great antagonist that had risen against Chaffin, had ultimately triumphed. He had won the battle, but history was already siding with the men he had beaten. Don Chaffin had won his war, but he couldn't outrun the changing world. You see, for all his power in West Virginia, he was still just a county sheriff in the eyes of the federal government. His downfall came not from a bullet from a miner's rifle, but from a federal indictment. In 1924, he was convicted of violating prohibition laws, a charge almost laughable in its simplicity compared to the private war he had waged. The man who had commanded an army was brought low by the business of moonshine. He served nearly 2 years in a federal penitentiary. When he returned to Logan, the world he had ruled was gone. His aura of invincibility, once as solid as the mountains themselves, had been shattered. He was no longer the untouchable king. He was a convicted felon, a man who had been humbled by an outside power. He found that the fear he had once commanded had been replaced by something quieter, and the loyalties he had built were shifting sands. He quietly moved his family to Huntington, trading his role as a county warlord for the quiet life of a hotel manager. The king had been dethroned, not by a rival, but by the slow, grinding gears of time and federal law. For his family, the name Chaffin would forever be a complicated inheritance. It was a name of power and prominence, a name that opened doors in southern West Virginia. But it was also a name stained with blood and controversy, a name that was whispered with a mixture of fear and resentment. His descendants would not escape the shadow of Blair Mountain. It became a part of their identity, a legacy they had to navigate, a story they had to either defend or distance themselves from. The name was both a pillar and a tombstone. In the hollows and coal camps of Logan County, the healing was a slow and silent process.
The community did not rebuild by confronting the past. It rebuilt by burying it. For decades, the Battle of Blair Mountain was not spoken of. It was a wound too deep, too personal to touch. Fathers who had fought on opposite sides of the ridge raised their children in the same towns, a fragile peace maintained by a collective, unspoken agreement to forget. A blanket of silence fell over the memory of the war, and under that blanket, the resentment and trauma festered. The power dynamic in the mountains had been permanently altered. The era when a single sheriff, funded by private industry, could raise an army and operate as an absolute monarch was over. Chaffin's fall created a vacuum that was filled not by another strongman, but by the slow, creeping influence of the state and federal government. The isolation that had allowed his kingdom to flourish was broken, and the brutal feudal system he had perfected died with his conviction. If you go to Blair Mountain today, you won't find any grand monuments. For the better part of a century, the mountain kept its secrets. The trenches filled with leaves, the shell casings were swallowed by the earth, and the story was buried under a deliberate silence. Then, in the 21st century, a new war for Blair Mountain began. Not with rifles, but with lawsuits and bulldozers, as coal companies sought to strip mine the historic battlefield, to literally erase the history from the landscape. Preservationists and descendants of the miners fought back, a struggle that continues to this day. The ghosts of 1921 are still fighting for their ground. And what of the name Don Chaffin? In Logan County, it is still spoken with a complicated mix of awe and revulsion. To some, he remains the strong man who brought order, the only one tough enough to tame a lawless land. To others, he is the Appalachian Caesar, a tyrant who sold his soul and his people to the company store. You can drive to Huntington and find his grave, a quiet stone marker for a man whose life was a roaring fire. It's a peaceful end for a man who brought so little peace to the world. But his legacy echoes in a way most people never realize, in a word you hear every single day. Think of the word redneck. That word was born in the fire of this conflict. It came from the red bandanas the Union miners tied around their necks to identify themselves as they marched on Logan. It was their uniform, their flag, a symbol of solidarity and defiance against the guns of the coal companies. Before it was an insult, before it was a caricature, it was a badge of honor worn by men willing to die for their rights on the slopes of Blair Mountain. So the ghost of Don Chaffin still walks these hills, but it's not a man in a fine suit with pearl-handled pistols. It's a question. It's the question of how much power is too much, of where the line is between lawman and king, between order and tyranny. His name is a reminder, etched into the very soul of these mountains, that while men die and battles end, the struggle for justice is never truly over. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. Was Don Chaffin a hero or a villain? The easy answer is to call him a monster, a corrupt tyrant paid to crush the common man. And he was certainly that. But the more unsettling truth is that he was the perfect, brutal instrument of his time and place. He was a product of a lawless system that demanded a strong man, and he played the part better than anyone. He was a king who ruled a county as his personal property, and like any king, he saw a rebellion not as a plea for justice, but as an act of war against his very person. In the end, this is a story about how a man's greatest strength can become the engine of his own tragedy. Chaffin's unbending will, the very quality that made him the undisputed master of Logan County, was the same quality that made compromise impossible and bloodshed inevitable. He was a man who could command an army, but could not comprehend a changing world. He won his battle on Blair Mountain so completely that he ultimately lost the war against history itself, a feudal lord swallowed by the tide of the 20th century. The law eventually caught up to him, but his true judgment was delivered by time. He died a relic, a dethroned king living out his days while the Union flag flew freely over the very mines he had once sworn to protect with blood and fire. His story serves as a dark and powerful lesson from the heart of these mountains. that a man who seeks absolute control will one day be confronted by an absolute truth, that no kingdom and no king lasts forever. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Don Chaffin, a man who believed in the law so long as he was the one writing it. The judge pronounced the sentence, 1 year in the county jail. A dead silence fell over the packed Virginia courthouse. Then, the patriarch of the most powerful clan in these mountains, Floyd Allen, rose to his feet. His eyes blazed as he uttered the words that would become a signal for slaughter. "Gentlemen, I ain't a-goin'." A split second later, the courtroom exploded in a firestorm of bullets. When the gun smoke cleared, the judge, the sheriff, and the prosecutor lay dead. The newspapers called it an act of savage barbarism. But was it a cold-blooded ambush, or the last desperate stand of a man defending his honor? Today, we will try to find the truth behind the 90 seconds of hell that forever scarred these mountains. To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the world that was about to be lost. This was Hillsville, Virginia, at the dawn of the 20th century. Tucked deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, this wasn't just a town, it was a fortress of tradition, a kingdom unto itself. Here, the hollows held the morning mist like secrets, and the rugged peaks stood as silent guardians against a world that was changing too fast. This was a land governed not by laws written on paper in some distant capital, but by the unwritten code of the mountains. The people here were cut from a different cloth. They were the descendants of Scottish-Irish settlers, a folk as hard and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet. They were fiercely independent, deeply suspicious of outsiders, especially the Flatlanders and their government. For them, the ultimate authority wasn't a judge or a sheriff, it was the family, the clan. Loyalty was the highest virtue, and honor was a currency more valuable than gold. An insult to one was an insult to all, and a man was expected to defend his name with a steady hand and a loaded gun. And in this world of shadow and stone, no clan cast a longer shadow than the Allens. They were the embodiment of the mountain spirit, powerful, proud, and absolutely uncompromising. They weren't just a family, they were a force of nature, with dozens of kin and supporters who looked to them for leadership, protection, and justice. When the Allens spoke, Carroll County listened. At their head stood the patriarch, 56-year-old Floyd Allen. Don't picture some simple farmer. Floyd was a titan of the mountains, a wealthy landowner, a savvy businessman who owned a general store and a sawmill. He was known for his immense strength, his quick temper, and a will made of iron. He never backed down from a fight, and he never broke a promise. To the people of Carroll County, he was more than a man. He was their king. The Allens lived by a simple, terrifying creed, an oath that was whispered with a mix of fear and admiration across the county. It was the foundation of their power and the very core of their identity. No Allen will ever go to jail. This wasn't just a boast. It was a declaration of sovereignty, a promise that they would answer to their own code of honor before they ever answered to the laws of the Flatlanders. But the outside world, with its telegraphs, its railroads, and its centralized government, was creeping closer. The authority of the state was pressing in on this isolated kingdom, seeking to replace the ancient law of the clan with the modern law of the land. The world of the Allens and the world of Judge Thornton Massey were two massive millstones, grinding slowly, inevitably, toward each other. It was only a matter of time before someone got crushed between them. Great tragedies often begin with the smallest of things, a spark in a tinder-dry forest. For the Allens, that spark was a clumsy gesture at a local corn festival. Floyd's young nephew, Wesley Edwards, tried to kiss a girl. It was a foolish, youthful act, but in the mountains, where a woman's honor is fiercely guarded, it was a profound offense. The girl's brothers, Will and Sid, saw it, and fists flew. News of the fight traveled fast, echoing through the hollows until it reached the ears of Floyd Allen. His nephew had been challenged, his kin had been disrespected. This was not a simple brawl to him. It was a stain on the honor of the entire Allen clan. He didn't wait for the law. He dispensed his own. He met the Edwards brothers on a dusty road, and the conversation was short. According to witnesses, Floyd, a man of formidable strength, beat one of the brothers so severely with the butt of his pistol that he left him bleeding and broken in the dirt. Now the outside world was forced to act. The beating was too public, too brutal to ignore. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Floyd Allen. Sheriff Lewis Webb and his deputy, men who knew exactly who they were dealing with, rode out to Floyd's home. They were met on the porch by the patriarch himself, not with his hands up, but with a rifle cradled in his arms. In a tense standoff, Floyd made his position clear. He had been insulted, he said, and he would not be dragged from his home like a common criminal. This was the moment the line was truly crossed. Floyd Allen looked the law in the eye and did not blink. He told the sheriff that he would come to court, but he would come on his own time, on his own terms. And incredibly, that's exactly what happened. The sheriff and his deputy retreated, empty-handed. Floyd surrendered when he was ready, walking into town not as a prisoner, but as a king granting an audience. He had bent the law to his will, proving to everyone in Carroll County that he was a power unto himself. But in doing so, he had thrown down a gauntlet. He had publicly humiliated the court and dared it to challenge him. Now, all eyes turned to the Hillsville courthouse. It was no longer a place for a simple assault trial. It was a battlefield, and everyone knew the Allens were coming prepared for war. March 14th, 1912. The Hillsville courthouse was not a hall of justice. It was a powder keg, and Judge Thornton Massey had just lit the fuse. As the sentence, 1 year in jail, hung in the electrified air, Floyd Allen rose. He looked not at the judge nor the jury, but at the entire system that dared to put a chain on him. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice low and steady, "I ain't a-goin'." He turned to leave, a king dismissing his court. Sheriff Webb lunged forward to grab his arm, a single fatal motion that broke the spell. In that instant, a single sharp crack of a revolver split the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd? Was it his son Claude, leaping to his father's defense? Or was it a deputy trying to enforce the law? It no longer mattered. That first shot was a signal. It was the first drop of rain that unleashes a hurricane. The courtroom didn't just erupt, it detonated. From every corner of the room, revolvers and rifles appeared as if from thin air. The Allens and their supporters, strategically placed among the crowd, unleashed a devastating crossfire. For those trapped inside, it wasn't a gunfight, it was the end of the world. The air turned into a deafening thunderclap of noise, punctuated by the flash of muzzles and the high-pitched whine of ricochets. The solid wood of the benches and the judge's dais splintered, chewed to pieces by an invisible hail of lead. The men who represented the law were the first to fall. Judge Massey, who had just sealed Floyd's fate, sought cover behind his bench. A moment later, his gavel fell silent forever. Sheriff Webb, the man who had taken that fateful step forward, crumpled to the floor. His last act on this earth was to pull his own revolver and send a bullet tearing into Floyd Allen's thigh, a final defiant gesture of the law he served. Prosecutor William Foster fell nearby, and a juror, a farmer named Augustus Fowler, was trying to scramble for the door when his escape was cut tragically short. Panic turned the crowd into a human stampede. People screamed, clawing their way towards the doors, trampling one another in a desperate bid for survival. A thick, choking cloud of gunpowder smoke filled the room, turning the scene into a blind, suffocating hell. Witnesses said it felt like an eternity, but the storm of bullets lasted no more than 90 seconds. When the last echo of gunfire faded, a ringing silence descended. The smoke began to clear, revealing a tableau of silent horror. Dark, ugly pockmarks scarred the courthouse walls, 57 of them, each one a testament to the madness that had just passed. Through the haze, figures moved with purpose. Floyd Allen, wounded but alive, was lifted by his kinsmen and carried from the building. The Allen clan mounted their horses and vanished back into the mountains, leaving a blood-soaked courthouse and a nation in shock. When the last of the Allen clan galloped out of sight, a profound, ringing silence fell over the Hillsville courthouse. It was a silence heavier than any sound, broken only by the whimpers of the wounded and the terrified gasps of the survivors. The air, thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, now carried a new, coppery smell. On the blood-soaked floorboards, the law of the Commonwealth of Virginia lay dead. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very symbols of the state's authority, had been executed in their own sanctuary. The news of the massacre didn't just spread, it shot out of Hillsville like a bullet, hitting the telegraph wires and exploding across the nation. Newspapers from Richmond to New York screamed with headlines that painted a picture of a savage war against civilization itself. They called the Allens mountain degenerates, barbaric clansmen who had risen up against the rule of law. The story tapped into a deep-seated fear of Appalachia as a wild, untamed frontier. There was no room for nuance in these reports. There was only shock, horror, and a thunderous call for vengeance. The response from the state was swift and absolute. Governor William Hodges Mann declared that the assassins would be hunted down if it took all the resources of the Commonwealth. He mobilized the state militia, but he also called in a force more feared and perhaps more suited to the task, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not ordinary lawmen. They were ruthless, efficient bounty hunters, veterans of the brutal coalfield wars, known for their willingness to meet violence with greater violence. They were the modern world's answer to the Mountain Clan, a hired army that understood the language of the gun. The great hunt began. The mountains, which had always been the Allens' fortress, had now become their cage. The Baldwin Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, swarmed into Carroll County. They brought with them the tools of the modern age, photographs of the wanted men, a network of informants, and the promise of a hefty reward that could turn a neighbor into a betrayer. They combed every hollow, searched every cabin, and squeezed the community with a grip of fear. For the Allens, there was nowhere left to run. One by one, the fugitives were captured or surrendered. The net tightened until finally, acting on a tip, detectives found their ultimate prize. Hiding in a lumberjack's shack, wounded and exhausted, were Floyd Allen and his son, Claude. The king of Carroll County, the man who swore he would never see the inside of a jail, was now in shackles. The wolf hunt was over. The wolves were caged. And now they would face the victor's justice. The trial of the Allen clan was never going to be held in Hillsville. The influence of their name was too strong, the memory of the massacre too raw. To ensure a conviction, the state moved the proceedings to the city of Wytheville. But this change of venue did more than just move the trial. It ripped the Allens out of their world and placed them in the heart of their enemies. It wasn't a trial, it was a reckoning. The courthouse was surrounded by armed militia. Reporters from across the country filled the press benches, eager to send back sensational stories of the Appalachian savages. The court of law had become a theater of vengeance, and the public demanded a bloody final act. In the center of this storm sat Floyd and Claude Allen. They were not the wild-eyed murderers the newspapers described. Witnesses from the trial remembered them as composed, stoic, and utterly unbowed. They sat like fallen kings, their faces carved from mountain stone, showing no fear and no remorse. They listened to the testimony against them with a quiet dignity that was, in its own way, a final act of defiance. They had lived by the code of the mountains, and they would not grovel before the code of the Flatlanders, even with their lives hanging in the balance. The prosecution painted a picture of a cold, calculated conspiracy, an ambush designed to assassinate the law itself.
Their lawyers argued that it was a spontaneous eruption of violence, a tragic misunderstanding that spiraled out of control. But in a courtroom filled with rage and grief against the testimony of dozens of terrified survivors, their words were meaningless. The verdict was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The jury, drawn from a world that neither knew nor understood the Allens' way of life, deliberated for only a short time. The verdict came back: guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. The judge, his voice heavy with the weight of the state's authority, sentenced Floyd Allen and his son Claude to die. Not by the gun, the weapon of their world, but by the electric chair. A cold, scientific answer to the hot-blooded code of the mountains. The other clan members involved were handed sentences that would see them waste away for decades behind bars, their power broken, their families scattered. The sentence was met with applause in the courtroom and celebrated in newspaper headlines as a triumph for civilization. The law had been challenged, and the law had won. But back in the misty hollows of Carroll County, the whispers told a different story. To many, this wasn't justice. It was an execution carried out by a foreign power. The state had not just punished murderers, it had made an example of men who dared to live by their own rules. And so the question that hangs over this story remains, even a century later. Was it justice that was delivered in that Wytheville courtroom? Or was it simply the final brutal act of a war between two worlds, where the victor got to write the law and call it by whatever name they chose? The years have passed, and the gun smoke over Hillsville has long since cleared, but the echo of those shots has never truly faded. On March 28, 1913, Floyd Allen walked to the electric chair. As they strapped him in, he looked at the witnesses and spoke his own epitaph, words as hard and unyielding as the man himself. "Gentlemen, I'm dying like a man. I'll get there before you do." Minutes later, his son Claude sat in the same chair, meeting his end with the same mountain stoicism. The state had its final victory. But the Allen story didn't end there. Floyd's brother, Sidner, became a legend of survival. Riddled with 11 bullets during the shootout, he not only lived, but escaped, hiding in the mountains for months. When he was finally caught, he was sentenced to 35 years in prison, but he outlasted the outrage. He was eventually pardoned, a man who stared death in the face and walked away. The other clan members served their long sentences, returning to a world that had moved on, forever branded by those 90 seconds of violence. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't see the original courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, but for years its replacement stood on the same ground, and the old-timers would tell you that the spirit of that day lingered. They said that for a long time you could still trace the bullet holes in the old building's walls, silent mouths speaking of the chaos. The graves of Floyd and Claude Allen can still be found in a family cemetery, their stones a quiet, somber testament to the clan's vow. They are not just graves, they are a landmark, a place where the past feels close enough to touch. The rest of the world has largely forgotten the Carroll County Courthouse Massacre. It's become a dusty footnote in the history books. But here, in these mountains, it is not forgotten. It has seeped into the soil and become folklore. The story is told not as history, but as a cautionary tale about pride, honor, and the terrible price of defiance. The Allen name still echoes through these hollows, a name that for some means murder and mayhem, but for others, still whispers of a fallen king who dared to stand against the world and kept his promise that he would never, ever go to jail. The mountains remember. So we come back to the question that hung in the gunsmoke of that Virginia courthouse. Were the Allens cold-blooded killers who planned a massacre from the start? Or were they defenders of an ancient code, pushed to a final desperate act? The truth, like most things in these mountains, is not so simple. They came to that courthouse armed because in their world, power was respected only when it was backed by the threat of force.
They didn't see themselves as criminals defying the law. They saw themselves as sovereigns of their own kingdom, defending its honor against a foreign invasion. The Hillsville Massacre was more than just a crime. It was the bloody, violent end of an era. It was the moment the modern world, with its courts and its electric chairs, finally broke the back of the old world, with its clans and its code of blood honor. The state sent a message that day, written in the language the Allens understood best. Its power was now absolute, its reach inescapable. The Allen clan wasn't just fighting a one-year jail sentence, they were fighting the 20th century, and the 20th century won. This is a story of brutality, yes, but it is also a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit so fiercely independent that it can lead to both greatness and ruin. Floyd Allen was a king who refused to watch his kingdom crumble. He and his family were not heroes, but their tragic, violent story has become a dark legend, a warning of what happens when pride and honor demand a price that can only be paid in blood. And while the law won the war that day, the story of the clan who swore they would never go to prison and kept that oath at the cost of everything still haunts these hills.